Madame la ministre d'Andorre.
Vous me connaissez sans doute.
Bonjour Madame la ministre.
Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous remercie.
Le Grand-Duc.
Ministre du Luxembourg.
Pardon. Bonjour, vous allez bien? Avec plaisir.
Je vous remercie.
Merci à vous.
Monsieur le ministre.
Bonne journée.
L'Islande, la ministre d'Islande, mesdames, messieurs.
Merci. President of the Arab World Institute. Nice to meet you.
Je vous remercie.
Et le 5.
Mesdames, Messieurs, la ministre du Canada.
Un étage qui présente la présidente de l'Institut de Monarch.
Madame la ministre, plaisir de vous accueillir.
Et on fait une petite photo.
Je vous remercie.
So, this is the Arab World Institute. Middle East Advisor.
Je vous remercie. Madame la commissaire européenne pour la Méditerranée.
Let's meet the president of the Arab World Institute.
How are you doing?
Mesdames, Messieurs, merci. Représentant spécial de l'UE, représentant spécial UE.
C'est pas les présentations.
Pas grave, Madame la Présidente. Je vous remercie. Les Émirats Arabes Unis, le ministre, s'il vous plaît.
Excellency, you must know avec la raison.
Je vous remercie.
Merci.
Head of Delegation de Norvège, chef de délégation de Norvège.
Let's work on the election. We should, really.
We're going to have a picture, sir.
Oh my lord, I didn't know. Okay. There it is.
Mesdames, Messieurs,
Okay.
je vous
All right,
remercie.
thanks so much.
Merci encore.
Espagne. Je vous remercie. Le Qatar, mesdames, messieurs. Madame. Je vous remercie. L'Irlande, mesdames, messieurs, chefs de délégation.
Merci beaucoup. La présidente.
Je vous remercie. Vice-ministre des Affaires étrangères de Turquie, mesdames, messieurs. Je vous remercie. Vice-ministre Affaires étrangères Égypte, mesdames, messieurs.
How are you doing? Very pleased to.
Je vous remercie. Chef de délégation Mexique, mesdames, messieurs.
So you skipped the first game, huh?
Yes, I skipped.
I appreciate that.
Merci bien. Alors, on reste là, s'il vous plaît. On va prendre les officiels et les poules. Donc, normalement, il y a à peu près tout le monde. attendez un petit peu. Alors, c'est un petit peu en avant. Il y a quelques caméras, il y en a une, mais ça va. On va être un peu serré. Allez, on y va. Excusez-moi.
So we ask you to take seats. We're going to start in a few minutes now. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to start. We are welcoming the last delegations arriving.
Bonjour, nous allons bientôt
On est en retard déjà. So please, everyone, can you take your seats? We are going to start now. And welcome. Minister Barrault, ministers, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome here. Your presence makes this gathering particularly meaningful as it brings together leading voices from civil society dedicated to peace builders, experts, and practitioners committed to the two-state solution. I would like to extend our great thanks to the Institut du Monde Arabe that is hosting us today, and it's my pleasure to welcome on stage its president, Anne-Claire Lejeune, for the welcoming remarks.
Bonjour à tous, mesdames et messieurs les ministres.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ministers, Madam High Representative, Madam High Commissioner, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the Palestinian and Israel civil society. We are all honored to welcome you today to the Arab World Institute at the invitation of Minister Jean-Noël Barrot on the occasion of the first anniversary of the Paris Call, dating back June 12, 2025, bringing together all representatives of civil societies from Israel and Palestine. Last year's call was a milestone because it was followed by a rare glimmer of hope in many years. This is a conference that you, Minister, chaired in New York with Saudi Arabia last July, a conference that led to the adoption of the New York Declaration by 144 countries. This declaration laid out a clear roadmap towards the only viable option, the two-state solution, which is the reason why we are here gathered today. It added a key element, an unambiguous link between the establishment of a Palestinian state and regional peace, which would see Israel fully recognized by its neighbors and vice versa.
Que l'État de Palestine a été reconnu le 22 septembre dernier à la tribune des Nations Unies par le président de la République, la France prenant ainsi la tête d'un mouvement historique au sein du G7 avec le soutien du Royaume-Uni, du Canada et de nombreux États qui sont aujourd'hui représentés et dont je remercie les représentants. Cela a suscité enfin un cessez-le-feu à Gaza, près de 2 ans après l'attentat barbare perpétré par le Hamas contre des civils israéliens et après le déchaînement par Israël d'une violence intolérable contre les Palestiniens dans une bande de Gaza aujourd'hui détruite. 1 an après cet appel, celui que vous allez lancer aujourd'hui est encore plus pressant parce que la violence n'a pas cessé. Alors qu'à Gaza, les Palestiniens vivent dans des conditions indignes, avec une aide humanitaire insuffisante et sous la triple menace des bombes israéliennes qui continuent de tuer, d'une nouvelle occupation qui ne dit pas son nom et du Hamas qui a maintenu son emprise. Et alors qu'en Cisjordanie, la violence impunie des colons israéliens ne connaît aucun frein, menaçant à la fois les vies, mais également la perspective d'une solution politique. En accueillant cette séquence, à vos côtés, l'Institut du monde arabe affirme donc son rôle et son soutien constant à la seule solution politique crédible et viable pour les Palestiniens comme pour les Israéliens. Il réaffirme aussi combien la société civile ne doit pas être laissée de côté dans ces négociations. Alors que s'élève de votre part, de votre bouche, un appel de plus en plus pressant de la part des peuples palestiniens et israéliens qui nous disent, et ce sont les sondages réalisés par Olmep qui le rappellent, qu'ils sont prêts à accepter la feuille de route dessinée par les Nations Unies l'année dernière. 7 sur 10 Palestiniens, 7 sur 10 Israéliens, excusez-moi, seraient prêts à l'accepter et 8 sur 10 Palestiniens seraient prêts à l'accepter. Il est donc de notre responsabilité de continuer à porter cet effort. Et je tiens à conclure en adressant toutes nos pensées à toutes les victimes de ce conflit, à leurs familles, ainsi qu'à toutes celles et ceux qui, en Israël et Palestine, sont victimes d'une guerre qu'ils n'ont pas choisie. Seule la reconnaissance de la dignité de l'autre permettra de mettre une fin au cycle de la guerre. C'est pour eux et pour la jeunesse de toute la région que nous devons raviver l'espoir de la paix. Je vous remercie d'être ici pour porter cet effort. Merci à tous. Et sans plus tarder, j'ai le plaisir d'accueillir Jean-Noël Barrot, ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la République française. Merci, Monsieur le ministre.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Et je suis venu quelques instants à la tribune avant que se démarre cet après-midi que nous allons passer ensemble pour exprimer ma gratitude. Ma gratitude d'abord à l'égard d'Anne-Claire Legendre, présidente de l'Institut du monde arabe, et à ses équipes qui vous ont permis de travailler cette matinée et qui nous permettent d'échanger cet après-midi. C'est un gros travail que d'accueillir une telle conférence. Ils peuvent en être remerciés. Je vous propose qu'on les applaudisse une nouvelle fois. Je veux avoir des remerciements particuliers pour l'Union européenne, Madame la haute représentante, Madame la commissaire, mais aussi pour la Suisse, qui, par leur soutien, déjà l'année dernière, mais cette année encore, nous permettent de vous faire venir, amis israéliens et palestiniens, et nous permettent de vous accueillir dans les meilleures conditions. Soyez-en remerciés. Et je vous propose qu'on les applaudisse aussi. Je veux saluer et remercier pour leur présence les nombreux ministres des Affaires étrangères, ministres délégués et secrétaires d'État qui ont répondu à notre invitation et qui recueilleront cet après-midi les propositions de la société civile et l'appel qui leur sera lancé. Le Canada, le Brésil, la Belgique, le Luxembourg, l'Islande, Monaco, Andorre, les Émirats arabes unis, le Qatar, l'Égypte, la Turquie, la Norvège, l'Irlande, l'Espagne et le Mexique, auxquels se sont joints les 2 représentants de l'Union européenne. Merci, mesdames et messieurs les ministres, pour votre présence. On peut les applaudir également. J'en viens à celles et ceux qui se sont mobilisés sans relâche, jour et nuit, pour vous faire travailler et pour que vous puissiez être accueillis dans les meilleures conditions pour ce moment si important de relance de cette idée à laquelle nous sommes si indéfectiblement attachés, la solution à 2 États, la reconnaissance mutuelle, le respect en toutes circonstances de la dignité humaine. Et je vais donc leur demander de se lever, car à 3, ils ont réussi le tour de force de nous réunir, membres de gouvernement, représentants de la société civile venus du monde entier. Je demande donc à Iba Casas de Principles for Peace de se lever. Je demande à John Lyndon d'Olmep, et à Anna Assouline des Guerrières de la Paix de se lever également. Ça peut sembler évident de vous réunir pour une journée d'échange et de militantisme ici à Paris, mais rien n'est évident. Et tout a dû être engagé, toute l'énergie et tout leur temps, et je veux les en remercier. À leur côté, les équipes du ministère des Affaires étrangères, qui elles aussi ont consacré leur journée et leur nuit à faire en sorte que cette rencontre ait la portée historique qu'elle mérite. Je vous demande de les remercier à leur tour. Puis c'est évidemment vous toutes et tous que je veux remercier parce que le courage dont vous faites preuve au quotidien pour militer pour cette solution à 2 États, militer pour la paix, nous oblige et nous inspire. Vous remercier d'avoir accepté cette invitation qui vous a été faite, de partir parfois dans des conditions particulièrement difficiles pour venir échanger entre vous et échanger avec les représentants des gouvernements que je citais tout à l'heure. Nous savons que pour certains d'entre vous, ce voyage n'a pas été simple et nous voulons vous remercier, je veux vous remercier et exprimer ma gratitude de cet effort que vous avez fait d'être ici aujourd'hui. Vous pouvez vous applaudir, vous l'avez mérité. Et puis je veux évidemment avoir une pensée pour celles et ceux qui auraient aimé être là, mais qui ne sont pas là aujourd'hui. Soit parce que la situation étant si difficile, si tragique en Palestine et en Israël, qu'il est difficile, voire impossible, de gagner un aéroport, de braver les checkpoints pour arriver à l'heure et dans les temps à une conférence comme celle qui nous rassemble aujourd'hui. Puis je veux avoir une pensée avec vous pour un homme qui a été pendant des décennies de ce combat, qui a été pour certaines et certains d'entre vous, pour beaucoup d'entre vous, un frère d'armes, un compagnon de lutte ou tout simplement un ami. Ces combats, eux aussi, nous obligent, ils nous inspirent. Chers amis, je vous propose qu'ensemble, nous puissions rendre hommage à Ofer Bronstein.
Je suis né dans une petite ville du désert dans le sud d'Israël. Je suis très attaché à ce pays où j'ai vécu la moitié de ma vie. Je suis français, je suis européen et je suis l'un des rares Israéliens qui détient aussi un passeport palestinien. Et moi je pense qu'on peut être à la fois pro-israélien et pro-palestinien parce qu'on veut que enfin la paix, la réconciliation s'installe dans cette région pour que ça apaise aussi les communautés ici en France. Les accords de paix signés entre Rabin et Yasser Arafat, c'est le début d'une réconciliation d'Israël avec le monde arabe. Les deux sociétés vivaient des moments à la fois d'espoir extraordinaire, à la fois de possibilités de réconciliation historique et en même temps de grande douleur. Les gens m'ont dit tu vas devenir schizophrène, tu vas plus comprendre à quoi t'appartiens, à qui t'appartiens. Mais je ne suis pas devenu schizophrène, au contraire. Mon rêve, c'est qu'il y ait un État palestinien qui vive côte à côte en bon voisinage avec Israël. C'est deux pays que j'aime beaucoup. Israël, j'y suis né, et la Palestine, j'ai été adopté. Les terroristes qu'il a assassinés et ceux qui l'ont encouragé ont gagné leur bataille. Et nous, on est encore endormis dans notre stupeur. Ce qui est terrible, c'est qu'on n'a pas su protéger la paix, on n'a pas su protéger le début du travail qu'on avait accompli pour vraiment reprendre le flambeau, mais bon, on n'y est pas encore. La valeur la plus importante, c'est la valeur de la vie humaine. Le territoire ne peut pas être sacré. Il n'y a rien de sacré sauf la vie. Et ce qui manque, c'est des leaders religieux, des leaders politiques qui mettent la vie et la valeur de la vie avant toute autre chose. Pour créer une culture de paix, pour créer une dynamique de pédagogie de paix, pour entamer un processus de réconciliation, il va falloir pardonner les uns et les autres d'actes qui ont été commis envers l'autre. C'est ça qui permettra cette dynamique de respect mutuel et de rapprochement entre les deux peuples. Il y a des forces vives dans la société israélienne, il y a des forces vives dans la société palestinienne, elles sont actives, elles savent ce qu'elles veulent. Ce qu'elles veulent, c'est pas la guerre.
Tu crois que tu verras la paix au feu?
Ouais. Ouais, oui. Il n'y a pas d'autre alternative, hein. Ouais. Enfin, si j'arrête de fumer.
We don't only sing, but we dance just as good as we want. In Houston, we just started a new dance called the Tighten Up. This is the music we tighten up with. First, tighten up on the drum. Come on now, drummer. I want you to tighten it up for me now. Oh, yeah. Tighten up on that bass now. Tighten it up. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Je vous invite à observer une minute de silence en la mémoire d'Ofer Bronstein. Thank you. For decades, the European Union has been one of the strongest supporters of civil society organizations working for peace, dialogue, and cooperation between Israelis and Palestinians. It's therefore my pleasure to welcome on stage Mrs. Kaja Kalat, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy.
Merci, Jean-Noël, for convening us here today on behalf of France and bringing us together here in Paris. And thank you for all the civil society organizations who are represented here. Above all, I want to recognize that your presence here matters. Israelis and Palestinians working together for peace in the middle of the war, division, and depolarization is not only an act of courage, it is also a source of hope. Your work has been tested more than ever, but it is important that you know that it is seen and it is also valued. 1 year ago, here in Paris, civil society produced the Paris Call for the two-state solution. Your proposals were reflected in the New York declaration endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly last September. The lesson is clear. Civil society is not an afterthought of diplomacy. It is an indispensable for building peace. The two-state solution remains the only viable path to bringing lasting peace and stability to the Middle East. It is the only way that both Palestinians and Israelis can live in safety, dignity, and peace. Despite the ceasefire in Gaza and the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 2803, the situation remains fragile. In line with the comprehensive plan, Hamas must disarm, Israel must withdraw its forces and ensure the full reopening of crossings. Humanitarian aid must flow into Gaza without obstruction, and recovery efforts must begin. The situation in the West Bank is equally alarming. Illegal Israeli settlements continue to expand at an unprecedented pace, and settled violence is increasing without sufficient accountability. As France knows very well, this has been an issue that is very high on the agenda of the EU foreign ministers, and it will be also the discussion point next Monday. At the moment when direct negotiations appear distant, your work as civil society is more important than ever. The EU will continue to back civil society organizations through the EU Peacebuilding Initiative and our foreign policy instruments. Last year, during the Paris call, we pledged over 18 million euros to support civil society organizations. Today, I'm also pleased to confirm that we have mobilized over 20 million euros in additional funding for grassroots peacebuilding efforts. The European Union now partners with 88 Israeli and Palestinian civil society organizations operating on the front lines of peacebuilding. Together, you are fostering dialogue, strengthening women's leadership, supporting independent media, and using innovative technologies to engage communities in support of peace. And let me conclude with a word about democracy. Peace and democracy are built by the same hands. A free and pluralistic civil society keeps democratic debate honest. As Israelis prepare to go to the polls and Palestinians look ahead to the election, their leadership has committed to protecting that space for the citizens to advocate for peace will be paramount. So please, our ask today for you is that continue this work. Peace is built both from the top down and also from the bottom up. And it is more durable when women are at the table and civil society is in the room. Thank you. We continue to stand by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remarks. And it's now the time to move towards the heart of this high-level sequence with the three panels that will be moderated by my colleague Tristan Oro, who is arriving on stage. He's the head of the policy planning at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I ask the first participant of the first panel to also come on stage now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will call on stage Eran Nissan, who's going to join on stage with us. Eran is just over there. I'll introduce him in a minute. I'll call as well Niveen Sanduka. And I invite several ministers to join us on stage, namely the ministers of Andorra, Canada, Mexico, Qatar, Spain, and Commissioner Switcher. Well, it is a great pleasure to have you all on stage. For this very first panel of the afternoon, entitled How to Promote Efficient Narratives for Peace and Advance the Path Towards Democracy and Reform. So as the title suggests, this panel is dedicated to the ways to promote efficient narratives for peace and advance the path towards democracy and reforms, including through the holding of free and fair elections in Palestine. So we have with us on stage now states that play a key role on that matter, as well as civil society activists who have dedicated their life to building narratives for peace. The two civil society activists that are with us on stage now will present the result of discussions that took place this morning in the different working groups that were held. And I will ask them in a second to present two key actions that civil society can take, as well as two key policy recommendations that are addressed to the ministers on stage, so that ministers can react to these suggestions. So let me first introduce and give the floor to these two social society activists. Eran Nissan, you are an Israeli peace activist, member of the ULMEP coalition, and after having served as a combat soldier in the special forces of the Israel military, you have decided to promote a peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and you now serve as the CEO of Maskim, an Israeli progressive movement. Thanks for being here. And Nivin thank you very much for him. And Nivin Sanduka, you are a Palestinian peace activist from Jerusalem, regional director of ULMEP, and you now work on a daily basis on the ground to promote narratives for peace and reconciliation. So, Eran, let me first turn to you. If you could share with us the main suggestions that come out from the discussions this morning.
So, thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us. Thank you for coming. So me going and bringing a chair is a metaphor, because sometimes when young people, the next generation of leaders and peace builders, they want to come and tell our stories, there's no room for us in the table. So sometimes we need to bring our own folding chairs, and sometimes it's a chair outside of the floor. Yeah. So we believe the next generation of Israelis and Palestinians should have a greater voice in shaping our future. We need to be in the mindset that a conflict that we pass on to our children is a conflict we lost. Now, a bit of statistics before I go to the civil society pledge and the policy recommendations. Israel and Palestine are both very young societies, very young countries. The median age in Israel is 29. The median age in Palestine is 21. So the majority of human beings living between the river and the sea were born after the Oslo Accords. They don't remember courageous leaders advancing peace. The majority of Israelis and Palestinians today, especially young Israelis and Palestinians, not only lived under destructions and terror and trauma and death, but also with the same leadership. And when we look upon our future and we want to build our future, we need to invest in the Israeli and Palestinian younger generation. And this kind of event is a metaphorical handshake. Is Israeli and Palestinian civil society coming to the international community and the G7, and we are extending our hand and saying, look, for years we've been coming to you and asking for stuff and telling you what you need to do. But now we're shaking a hand as equals, and we're saying, this is what we're going to do, and this is what you're going to do to make sure that there is peace between Israel and Palestine. And to create a community that we leave this day, not as international actors, diplomats, politicians, and Israeli and Palestinian civil society actors, but as a community that is united with the pursuing dignity and peace and reconciliation and justice and democracy for everyone between the river and the sea. And now, civil society, our pledge. So what are we going to do? Around the representation of young people and women in the political processes, not just the peace processes, but political decision-making, we will cultivate and elevate the voices and stories and individuals who are young, the diverse women, not women in singular, but women in plural. And we pledge to making effective communicators of the next generation of young Israelis and Palestinians. But what you need to do as diplomatic and political actors is invest in uplifting those voices, making sure that when you hold conferences and speeches and roundtables, that not only the voices of civil society are there, but specifically the voices of young Israelis and Palestinians and women, female, feminist Israeli and Palestinians. The second thing is about democratic renewal. And there is an imbalance in the discourse around democratic renewal. There is an expectation about Palestinian reforms, and I can say as an Israeli citizen, as a peace activist, as someone who criticized my government and does not feel represented by my current government, we need democratic renewal in Israel, no less than what needs to happen in Palestine. And we need a diplomatic and international community to have consistent expectations of democratic renewal not just in change of leadership, but also in strengthening democratic institutions, and to make sure that there's accountability to the Israelis and Palestinians on the ground. And we need, again, this is what we're going to do. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to make sure that we are civil society is pushing young Israelis and Palestinians into a political course in order to take our future in our own hands. But we need your legitimacy and political cover, because this is a necessary step into cultivate legitimacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Let me now turn to you, Nivin, for
Thank you.
your takeaways of this morning.
I would first of all like to thank the French government for hosting us here and for holding this convening for the second year, and for all your excellencies for your interest and being here with us to actually pave the way to connecting civil society with diplomatic international level as well. That said, I think this is an excellent beginning to the second policy recommendation and recommendations that we wanted to say. We do have a big problem back home in Israel and Palestine, is that the narratives have been hijacked for so long by extremists. They are well-funded, they know the exact messages, and they know how to get people radicalized into believing them, into falling into hate and fear of the other, into thinking that there is no solution, there's no state solution, into basically thinking that if we have peace, we're all gonna die. So we need to change the narratives. And this is the first thing that civil society needs to do. Rebranding of the word peace. Peace is a necessity. Peace comes with economic prosperity. Peace comes with economic and regional integration on all different levels, and it comes with a sense of security. That said, we can lead on campaigning to change these narratives. We can choose storytellings and public engagement to change the narratives and how people view peace and how they engage with one another. At the same time, that's what we can do on the level of campaigning. But what is happening today on the ground, as we've heard from the esteemed guests and speakers, is that there is an urgency on the ground today. The disastrous humanitarian situation in Gaza, the settler terror in the West Bank, with the displacement in East Jerusalem. All of these issues are urgent, and we cannot just wait for another political horizon. We need to act today on the ground. Today, civil society is offering protective presence for communities in the West Bank. Israeli and Palestinian institutions and civil societies is actually cooperating together to try to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza. And we're seeing many organizations who are actually trying to fight back on the displacement in East Jerusalem and other places, together as working on rights of shared societies. All of this creates a narrative for peace. But in order for all of this to happen, which we take upon ourselves as a pledge to continue to do, we do need funding. We do need the international community to continue with supporting the international fund. And here, I would like to thank the UK government for leading on the establishment of the International Fund for Peace for Palestinians and Israelis. But that is not enough, because we also need you to pledge money and to put money in that fund. At the same time, we hope that this work and everything that we are offering in a sense of political solutions, the two-state solution is not one shade. There's many shades of a two-state solution. And civil society knows very well what those shades are and what the people need. So exactly what Iran was saying, we do need a place at the table to offer you what we're hearing back from our communities so that we can have a sustained and lasting peace for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Niveen and Iran, for these powerful words. The importance of youth, women, democratic renewal, peace at the center of the narrative, urgency, those are key elements you underlined. We have limited time, so I need to make a point of order in the sense that we will have to limit interventions to 3 minutes. I know it's my role to say so because we're operating on a tight schedule. So I'll ask now for reactions by ministers standing on the stage, and I'll ask you to keep your interventions short and crisp so that everyone can have a chance to speak. And I'll turn first to Minister Ima Tofhaus from Indore.
Merci, et je tiens tout d'abord à remercier la France, cher Jean-Noël Barrot, pour l'organisation de cette conférence dans la continuité de l'appel de Paris de 2025. Cet appel qui qualifiait la catastrophe humanitaire à Gaza de, je cite, « blessure morale sur la conscience du monde » a conduit à la conférence pour la solution à deux États. La principauté d'Andorre y a participé et nous avons reconnu la Palestine, considérant cette reconnaissance comme une étape indispensable pour la paix dans la région. Aujourd'hui, avec cette conférence, une nouvelle étape semble franchie. La pertinence des recommandations qui nous sont présentées montre que le dialogue entre les sociétés civiles israéliennes et palestiniennes est non seulement possible, ce qui est déjà important en soi, mais qu'il peut être de surcroît fructueux. Ce dialogue est porteur de l'espoir d'une paix possible, car la paix ne se construit pas qu'à travers les grands accords politiques, même si ceux-ci sont indispensables. Elle se construit au quotidien grâce à des femmes, et j'insiste sur le rôle indispensable des femmes, grâce à des femmes et des hommes qui travaillent à combattre les discours de haine et à restaurer une forme de confiance mutuelle. Parmi leurs initiatives, les plus importantes pour nous sont celles qui concernent l'éducation. Promouvoir les rencontres entre enfants et jeunes pour qu'ils apprennent à se connaître dans leur diversité. Développer des projets d'éducation à la démocratie, à la citoyenneté démocratique. Et peut-être même à plus long terme, car ce sera difficile, élaborer un enseignement commun de l'histoire seront certainement des moyens pour construire ce nouveau récit sans lequel il ne pourra pas y avoir et il ne pourra jamais y avoir de paix durable. Ce nouveau récit partagé est nécessaire pour permettre la récupération et la reconstruction de Gaza, pour rendre viable la solution des deux États et assurer aussi la sécurité d'Israël dans une intégration régionale fondée sur la coopération. Mais le processus ne pourra vraiment commencer qu'avec la fin de toute forme de violence dans ces territoires que nous appelons de tous nos vœux. Le gouvernement d'Andorre, qui soutient déjà les efforts de l'UNRWA, est déterminé, dans la mesure de ses moyens, à soutenir le processus de réconciliation des deux peuples, dont l'éducation des jeunes générations est le pilier central. Investir pour l'éducation, investir dans l'éducation, c'est investir pour la paix. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre. And I now turn to the Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, for reactions as well.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Noël, premièrement, pour votre présence, votre fortitude toujours sur la politique nécessaire dans la situation géopolitique et surtout dans la région, dans le Moyen-Orient. I will say that Canada adopted the stance with a number of countries last year to recognize the state of Palestine, ensuring that the state of Israel and the state of Palestine can exist side by side in peace and security as one of the goals that we have from a foreign policy perspective. Embodied in that goal, of course, is the disarmament of Hamas, and it is also very much grounded in the humanitarianism that is at the forefront of Canada's foreign policy always. I will say that this morning's conversation with les membres de société civile, c'était incroyable parce que nous avons réalisé que c'est nécessaire toujours d'avoir une politique et la diplomatie avec la société civile. Ce n'est pas seulement deux niveaux, on doit fonctionner sur le même niveau. Donc, I have three announcements. The first is in response directly to the need for more humanitarian aid. Canada is announcing today $100 million in funding to support the people of Palestine, bringing Canada's total response to $500 million for the people of Palestine in terms of humanitarian aid. This funding is going to support emergency medical assistance, protection and shelter, sanitation, as well as food and water. And we will continue to advocate for all countries where possible to provide such humanitarian aid. The second announcement is in terms of the Peace Fund that was referred to earlier. Canada is joining Australia and the United Kingdom in establishing a new international peace fund for Israelis and Palestinians to support practical people-to-people initiatives that help lay the groundwork for a just and lasting peace. We are putting on the table $2 million over 3 years for the Peace Fund. And once again, Canada will continue to advocate for the other countries who believe in peace as the basis for moving forward to join this effort. And finally, let me say that we have to continue to stand together with the international community in terms of the extremism from settlers in the West Bank. Canada has initiated a 5th round of sanctions against extremist settlers. We will continue to ensure that international law is upheld. We will continue to stand with the egregious moves into what is already identified to be Palestinian territory. And finally, mes amis de société civile, your stories stay with me. Your determination will continue to inspire me. Thank you so much for your work, for your advocacy always.
Thank you very much, Minister, for these powerful words. Let me now turn to Madam Maria Teresa Mercado, who's Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs in Mexico.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the government of Mexico, I wish to express our appreciation to Minister Jean-Noël Barrot and to the government of France for convening this important initiative together with civil society and representatives from Israel and Palestine. In September 2025, Mexico co-chaired together with Canada and Qatar the Working Group on Narratives for Peace of the UN High-Level International Conference on the Two-State Solution. From that experience, we are convinced that peace must be achieved through dialogue and absolute respect for international law and human rights. Mexico believes in international cooperation, and we recognize that every conflict has a human face, a dimension that must never be overlooked. We believe that the resolution of any confrontation lies not in the power of force, but in the force of reason and dialogue. It is clear to us that the international community cannot remain quiet to what is happening in the Middle East, in Gaza, and other areas of the occupied Palestinian territory. Mexico's position is clear and long-standing. We support a comprehensive political solution to this conflict based on the two-state framework. In that spirit, we call for the urgent implementation of the New York Declaration, which contains a roadmap to achieve a just, peaceful, and permanent settlement to this conflict based on the two-state solution. To guarantee that solution, it is essential to continue moving towards dialogue that allows for a total and permanent ceasefire, as well as the lifting of restrictions on humanitarian assistance in Gaza. For any political security solution to be sustainable, a broad transformation is required, one that privileges peaceful coexistence, rejects violence, and promotes a culture of peace.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. I would now like to turn to Madam Mariam bint Ali bin Nasser al-Misnad, Minister of State for International Cooperation of Qatar, for remarks as well.
Thank you so much. The position of Qatar is very clear. We've always supported the political path of the two-state solutions. And when we talk about the political path and two-state solutions, it means peace. And peace cannot be achieved unless if it's signed only on texts or documents. It needs a change of mindset and culture to be built. So unless we have a change of mindset and building a cultural environment that rejects hatred speech and focuses more on investing in education and investing in let's say more accepting and valuing the humanity of each other, this will not be achieved. And the second thing is that we really think that peace needs human dignity, and there cannot be human dignity achieved unless we guarantee the basic rights of the people. So by guaranteeing, let's say, jobs, healthcare, education, this can be achieved, and also it can build trust. So another thing that I would like to emphasize is the role of civil society. It's very important that we're bringing here the civil society to speak on behalf of themselves and the Palestinian and the Israelis. But it's not going to be achieved unless we protect the work of these civil society and make sure that they are not criminalized or protected, and because it's their role to monitor, it's their role to, let's say, give us the voices of the people on ground. So unless we protect them, I don't think that, again, having them like being out of the picture is going to help. The third thing that I want to mention is the election, the support of the election. The matters that happens inside the countries are internal matters that tackles the people themselves. So we need to empower the people and involve them in these discussions, and they need to be involved in the elections and choosing their governments. So this is another aspect that I wanted to shed light on. And the last but not least, to be very practical, is something that I've always talked about and mentioned, is the political will of the national governments and the support of the international community. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister. I'm now turning to Commissioner Suica, representing the European Union. Please, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Minister Barrot for convening us here and for convening civil society organizations. And it was an honor for me to listen to you from the grassroots and to listen to your solutions. As our IHRVP rightly said, democracy is top-down, but it's also bottom-up, and it was very important. Thank you so much. Sometimes when we cannot talk to governments, to the authorities, we turn to civil society organizations. You are our best allies on the ground, so thank you once again. Regarding European Commission, which I represent today, we are in very good relations with you. We are supporting both Israeli and Palestinian civil societies, just in numbers, in figures. We supported Palestinian civil society organizations with 51 million euro and Israeli with 20 million euro. So we are working with all of you. But the most important is that we are working with the Palestinian Authority, knowing that the situation in Palestine is really dire, and knowing that you are the ones who work on daily on food, on education, on healthcare, and we can rely on you. But at the same time, we have a big, huge package, which is 1.6 billion euro for the Palestinian Authority. And I will dare say that teachers, nurses, doctors wouldn't have survived in Palestine without this help, because all their salaries depend on this 1.6 billion euro package. Now we are thinking how to include here also policemen, just to understand that we are really your biggest allies, and the European Union and the European Commission is the biggest donor or provider to the Palestinian Authority. Of course, I know that the destiny and the future is at negotiation table, so we have to find a way how to come to negotiation table and how to try to reconcile. I'll be brief. I just wanted to speak from my experience, because I experienced the war in former Yugoslavia in Croatia. And I know what reconciliation means, but it could come. It came. You know what? I was running to the shelter during the war, and now I'm here sitting in the European Commission. So it means that democracy works. And so I'm trying not to talk about myself, but just to tell you that it is possible. But we have to believe in this, we have to work on this, and all of us here, all of us are responsible, all of us who sit at the responsible and important tables, and we have responsible functions, so we have to work on it, and I'm sure that we will manage. So thank you very much for this, and we will continue supporting you both, but of course we are supporting peace, security, and it is important not only for Middle East, but it's also important for Europe, and it's important for the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner, for this message of hope. And last but not least, let me turn to Mr. Diego Martinez-Bello, who's Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Global Affairs, representing the government of Spain.
Merci, et je voudrais d'abord remercier la France d'organiser cette conférence. Et je voudrais aussi avoir quelques mots pour mon ami Ofer Bronstein. J'ai passé des bons moments avec lui à Madrid, à Paris, à Jérusalem, à New York. Et c'était une personne qui avait un engagement total pour la paix et qui avait une volonté de dialogue et aussi une joie de vivre. Et c'est une grande perte pour tous. I'd also like to pay tribute to civil societies, which we know your role is absolutely crucial, and we know how hard this is, especially in times of conflicts, such the ones you're facing. So keep up the good work, and remember the countries taking part in this conference, Spain in particular, we continue supporting your work. Now, I think if we want to change narratives, what needs to change, first of all, is the facts on the ground. And what we see now in Palestine and in the Middle East, but we are talking about Palestine now, it's the increase in settlements, new announcements being made every day, an increase in cellular violence in the West Bank, the ceasefire, which even with the ceasefire, we have 3,000 people killed in Gaza. Further announcements of increased occupation of Gaza. So I think it's really hard under these circumstances to think that narratives can evolve. The effort needs to be made, but we need to be first. We need to act on that, and that's why, of course, basically 2 years ago, almost to the day, we recognized the state of Palestine, along with friends from Norway, Ireland, and Slovenia, and that's why Spain has imposed also, as other countries, sanctions on settlers, on Israeli ministers that are hampering the two-state solution. And then we have also forbidden trade with from products originating from settlements, and will continue to work along those lines. And then what I want to say is that we have friends from the Arab world today here. I was this week in Saudi. I recently was in Qatar. Qatar, by the way, which was criminally bombed during its mediation efforts to bring the ceasefire that we have today. So I'd like to express recognition for the efforts and condemn once again that action. And what we see when you talk to Arab friends, and this goes with this in the sense of the narratives, is that there is a total openness for peace, to reach a stable framework. What friends in the Arab world is what people around the world want, is stability, peace, prosperity, development. And this includes a country, an important country such as Israel. And I think it's very important, and this is something that needs to get through, and that's why your role is crucial, is that this gets through to Israeli society. And there's an opportunity for peace. And I don't think there's ever been a better opportunity for peace if the steps are taken. And I don't think there will ever be a better opportunity. So your work is crucial. And I know it's very hard, I said, for both. I think it's probably, especially in this context, for our friends in Israel. And we need your help to get this message through to Israeli society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And that concludes our first panel. So please join me in applauding all the participants. Thanks again for your powerful messages. All right, I will now call on stage the participants to the second panel, namely Mr. Nadav Tamir, Madam Tani Abudaka, as well as ministers representing Luxembourg, Brazil, Iceland, and Norway. Please come on stage for the second panel. Excellent. So pleased to have you all on stage for this second panel entitled How to Articulate the Implementation of the Two-State Solution and the Gaza Peace Plan. So once again, we'll have the opportunity to listen to two civil society activists that took part in the discussions this morning, and to actually discuss the articulation between the implementation of the two-state solution, of the Gaza Peace Plan, and of the UNSC Resolution 2803. So 1 year after the adoption of the New York Declaration by 142 states, and the recognition of Palestine by 10 states, the implementation of the two-state solution is facing existential challenges, while the ceasefire in Gaza remains fragile. So I will introduce the two civil society activists that are among us. Mr. Nadav Tamir, you are an Israeli activist, member of Principles for Peace Coalition. You served as a diplomat for several years, and you are now the executive director of J Street Israel. Thanks for being here. And Madam Tani Abudaka, you're a peace activist from Gaza. You are an entrepreneur and former minister in the Palestinian Authority and the CEO of Gaza Life Power for renewable energy company. And you've created and led multiple projects to empower local women and installed solar panels to mitigate energy shortage in Gaza. So I will invite you to give us in 2-3 minutes, and yeah, please. Okay. So I will turn to you first, Mr. Tamir, to give us in 2-3 minutes the main recommendations and suggestions for concrete actions that came out of the discussion you had this morning. Please.
Thank you, and thank you for all the dignitaries and, of course, the hosts and the participants from the region. Iran, Nissan made it pretty obvious that I'm not one of those youngsters. And maybe I'll have to turn it into some kind of an opportunity, because I was involved with the leaders who promoted Oslo, and many of the recommendations of our group are actually very much aligned with the lessons that we learned from Oslo. And of course, the Norwegians who hosted it should be very much thanked for that. So first of all, we'll start with the civil society organizations, because we cannot ask you, the internationals, to do what we don't expect from ourselves and take responsibility and agency. So our first recommendation is institutionalize civil society role as part of the implementation infrastructure. And what we mean by that is that we could be a great resource for our people, but also for you. And we have to find mechanisms where civil society organizations on the ground that are monitoring what's happening, that have a clear picture of what's happening, working with you in order to create those synergies that eventually will promote our shared goals. And if we could even create an institutional civil society organization that works whenever there is either a UN or G7 or any other international mechanism, that we could actually help you understand what's happening on the ground and promote our shared goals. The second one, which is very similar to what was said by the panel before me, is making the two-state solution feel concrete, feasible, and publicly manageable. So of course that requires a real media campaign, but it was mentioned a lot by the previous panel, so I will say something that is somewhat new, which we believe that we also have to work with civil societies in your countries, because for politicians to do the right thing, they need the support of the public. And if Israelis and Palestinians who support peaceful solutions will help to create constituencies who support the leaders in your countries to help us solve this, and one of our members mentioned actually the example of South Africa, how civil society in Europe and the US was very influential in stopping the apartheid regime. And then when I'm getting to to our request from the G7, I have to go back to my Oslo lessons. And there were 3 major lessons what went wrong. One of them was the assumption that the process has to be incremental and that we will get to a Palestinian state at the end, which gave a lot of power to the spoilers of both sides. And our conclusion is that the process has to start with the Palestinian state. And that's why recognition is so important. And that's why I really would like to bring a voice of Israelis and Palestinians to call or G7 countries to recognize Palestine, because now there is 3 out of 4. And it will be, of course, most important if all P5 members will do it, and then it will become real international law. The other, and by the way, those who tell you that this is a prize for Hamas are completely wrong. This is a prize for pro-peace and pro-diplomacy Palestinians and Israelis who want to marginalize the extremists of all sides. The second lesson that we learned from Oslo is that the assumptions that we can only do it bilaterally, Israelis and Palestinians, was very naive, because there is no Palestinian leader that could actually give the answers on Jerusalem or refugees or security, which are much larger than just a Palestinian issue. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is important for every Muslim country and of course for the entire Arab world. And then the conclusion was there are no partner, so we will move to unilateralism or bypass the Palestinians in the Abraham Accords. But actually the only way to achieve a Palestinian state is with the region. We call it the 23-state solution, not only 2-state solution. The only way to integrate Israel and Palestine into the region, and the only way to solve the bilateral issues between us, is the combination of the regional and the bilateral. And I know there is another panel on the international. And the last thing that, the 2 recommendations: stop steps that undermine implementation through pressure, incentives, and clear off-ramps, which means a price tag. It's not enough just to meet every European Union or Arab League meeting and say we support the 2-state solution. It has to be implemented by action. Yeah. And the sense of urgency after October 7th, when people understood that what's happening in Gaza or the West Bank does not stay in Gaza and the West Bank, it's radicalized people all over the world, is actually an opportunity that out of this tragedy could come something good for. And the last thing is protect the feasibility of a Palestinian state while building practical pathways to statehood. There's nothing that can empower the peace camp in Israel and Palestine more than you making the 2-state solution, or as a part of a 23-state solution, concrete. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamir. Turning to you, Madam Tania Boudaka, could you please share with us those recommendations that flow from the discussion this morning?
The first, I want to say that maybe today I discovered that to be the first, it's better than to be the second, because he used the most of our time.
Please take your time.
The first, I want to see that I was proud in the first group that the majority of the group, it was women, young women, which is, I feel it's a very good in my group. I used to be in the group without a woman. While I'm looking for the picture while they are sitting here, it's come to my mind that the Board of Peace, I think only one woman. The Executive Committee for Gaza, it's only one woman. The Technocrat Committee, also only one woman. I said that maybe if they make it like the photos that I saw in the first group, it will be better. We will back to our recommendation and our session. Our session, it was a very huge discussion in the session. A lot of ideas, a lot of thought, but all the people, in the end, we have to have only 2 recommendations in 2 levels. For that, we summarize it in a very difficult way, but you know that all of us in the group, the Palestinian and Israelis, we were the group, they know that the reality in Gaza, it's need to speak and to put hundreds of recommendations because of the difficulties now in Gaza. No implementation for the Gaza peace plan. There is no implementation for the ceasefire, still destroying and killing people. Still Israeli occupied 70% from the Gaza Strip. Still the recovery is not started. Until now, the people, they are living in tents in very bad conditions. and the lack of food, medicine, and everything. And also Israelis, they don't allow to the food to pass to Gaza and the humanitarian assistance to pass to Gaza. They closed the most of the coordination for the international and local organization. They only open it for the traders and the private sector, which is they make it a disaster. They bring the things which is not very important, and they sell it by very high prices. I'm here maybe happy to have all of you as a Minister of Foreign Affairs with us. Always when we have difficulties in Gaza, we want to say, somebody go and speak to the ministers, to speak with the world that we are suffering and something like this. But today I heard from the minister very, very good recommendation, very good speech, but nothing happening in Gaza. Why? I need all of you to move and to do action to implement what you said. The people in Gaza do not need only speech. They need help now. They need somebody to come and to save their life and their dignity. Back to the recommendation.
Thank you so much.
The first two recommendations for the civil society action, it was we as a civil society, we are able to connect between the stakeholders and the community and to bring the voice of the Gaza community, women, children, and their need. And also we can build the trust, be the bridge to build the trust between the two people, because without building in trust, we will never have sustainable peace in the area. The governments couldn't do that. Only the civil society can build that, because we succeeded in the civil society. Even during the war, we are sitting together, we are discussing together, we are making lobbying together to save Gaza, to stop the war, to bring humanitarian assistance to Gaza. We need also the government to work as us, and all the world to believe that we can work and we can build the trust between each other. The second thing that we need to be in the decision making with and to sit in the place of decision making in the negotiation also, because we can bring all the details about the situation in Gaza. We can know the reality and bring the real information, because we are working in the field. We are from the grassroots level. For that, we can give more benefit. We can shortages the road for all the people which they are need to want to solve the problem in Gaza. About the policy.
Yeah, please.
The first, we are. Maybe it's not a huge or important things, but it's not, I mean, that's important. I mean, not the real thing we need, that we need to solve all the problem and build sustainable peace. But to save the life of the people, we need your support to put the pressure to allow the human assistance to go to Gaza. And also there is a lot of international organizations now, they don't have enough money to help, because the war, it's take 3 years. I will give you one example, that World Central Kitchen, now they stopped the most of their work. They were the most important organization. They were helping the people in Gaza to bringing a hot meal. During the starvation, they were preparing hot meal to the families. They were preparing 1 million hot meal in the day. Now they don't prepare only 200,000, because there is no money. All the donors, they stop to pay money for this organization. So so that we give you this recommendation that to give this international organization and your organization more fund to help the people in the same time.
Thank you so much for these powerful words. We're running a bit ahead schedule, so I'll ask participants to keep their reactions short as much as possible. And I will first turn to Xavier Bettel, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Luxembourg. Please, Mr. Bettel.
Thank you so much. D'abord, un grand merci à Jean-Noël de nous avoir conviés, car c'est très humain, mais actuellement, le conflit qu'il y a et la destruction qui continue en Palestine et aussi au Liban n'est plus à l'ordre du jour. On parle du détroit d'Ormuz, on parle de l'Ukraine, et puis on parle d'autres trucs, et puis on regarde plus ce qui se passe là-bas. Et c'est terrible. Donc merci Jean-Noël de nous le mettre de niveau à l'agenda et qu'on se retrouve aussi tous ici. I will continue in English, so Catherine, so you understand. That's friendship. The second thing I wanted to tell you, it's very nice to make announcement, and it's very nice to say you need more support and more money. But for the moment, if it's not getting in Palestine, because Israel are not letting things in, and it's closed at the border and stocked at the border, there is a problem. First thing. The second thing is, as soon as we as European Union, and before everybody thought as European Union do a great job, I have to tell you I'm a bit disappointed. I'm not saying that I'm pissed off. The fact is that when we want to take decisions, we need unanimity. And I got a letter last week from the Israeli ambassador in Brussels to tell me that I was a rude politician because I said a bad boy. No, not that bad, Jean-Noël. Sometimes. That, in fact, because I said publicly that very often when you speak to Israelis, they tell you, you know, nothing will happen to us. America will protect us in New York, and Germany and Austria will protect us in Brussels. And when you say that publicly, that Austria and Germany are very often arguing that they still have a debt, an eternal debt for them. And I said that publicly, and that's not a reason to accept what's happening today. And I got a letter from Israel that I'm really not taking responsibility for everything what happened during the Holocaust. I don't agree that if you criticize an Israeli government today, you are considered as anti-Semitic. That's not a way to accept. One important topic, and I said it to Jean-Noël too, you know, when we changed my government's position to recognize Palestine last year, it was a difficult step because not everybody was in favor. It would be important also a year after to make a rendezvous also what has been done, why it was so useful to have this common decision from France to have this recognition, because after Slovenia, Ireland, and Spain, it was important, it was the first step. But I'm waiting that this recognition also brings something for the Palestinians on the ground. And last, but I could speak for hours about everything I'm stressed of. I just want to tell you, I just got the news that UNRWA had to fire 70 people today because they said that these 100 people, and there is a risk that UNRWA will be put by the Americans on a terrorist list in the next hours or the next days. I've been there. I just want to tell you that, and the topic was about peace, board of peace, and etc. UNRWA is the only one able to have health, education, and food. And if we think that a board of peace is the solution, where it is like a golf club, where people decide what is good for a region without having this region around the table, and where at the end of the day it's just destroying multilateralism. I believe in the UN. I believe in the UN. UN is not perfect, but at least it respects the size of the countries, the backgrounds of the countries, and it's not because just of money reasons that we do politics on the ground. So I'm not in favor of the... If there is a solution tomorrow and a step and peace, I agree. But for the moment, I just see the continuation of destruction. I see people having no food, and I see Lebanon, and I see West settlers. I see what's happening in West Bank, and I just can't shut up because of that. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bettel. And I will now turn to Mr. Mauro Luis Leque Vieira, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil.
Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me
to this conference and to this panel. The ongoing humanitarian catastrophe and potential war crimes and crimes against humanity, including genocide in Palestine, must be neither forgotten nor neglected. I therefore express Brazil's appreciation for Minister Barro's initiative in convening world leaders to bring Palestine back to the forefront of the international community's priorities. I also wish to pay tribute to the efforts of the Palestinian and Israeli civil society actors present here today. For decades, laws and measures have been imposed to segregate and divide you. As stated by the International Court of Justice, these laws and policies maintain a near-complete separation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, amounting to a breach of Article 3 of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Irradiating racial segregation and apartheid, as required in Article 3 of the Convention, calls for dialogue grounded in peace and mutual understanding. I would like to add that Brazil, in its explanation of vote at the UN in 1947, expressed doubts as to whether the two-state solution could be viable in the absence of meaningful relations between the two peoples. This continues to be very important today. In face of the unprecedented levels of physical destruction, humanitarian suffering, and separation, your courage, the civil society courage, in remaining united is essential to rebuild the social fabric and enable a society that's capable of healing together. Equally important is the state's commitment to international law. In 1916, a Brazilian diplomat and jurist, Rui Barbosa, warned that neutrality admits no passivity and that there can be no impartiality between law and justice. These principles continue to guide Brazil's enduring commitment to an international order grounded on international law. In this spirit, Brazil co-chaired alongside with Senegal the working group on the promotion of respect for international law with a view to implementing the two-state solution at the 2026 Conference on the Implementation of the Two-State Solution. Resolution ES 10/24, the Brussels Menu of Choice, and the New York Declaration and its annex already set out a clear roadmap. What remains lacking is not guidance, but political will to implement these recommendations. We must not wait passively while widespread illegality and injustice persists. That would not be neutrality, but neglect, as Rui Barbosa underscored nearly a century ago. I thank you.
Minister Catherine Gunners-Dottir, Minister of Foreign Affairs, representing Iceland.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you, Jean-Noël, for the invitation here today to join you, and it's always good to meet my beloved colleagues here, and I agree with everything what Xavier and all of you said here. It's really important to meet the colleagues, but it's also very valuable for me to have this opportunity to meet with Israeli and Palestinian civil society representatives, where it's so obviously you are so committed to a lasting peace, security, and justice for all in the Middle East. Very good to feel this and notice this sincere and united approach from all of you here. Iceland, we recognized the first European country to recognize the state of Palestine back in 2011, and we believe that the two-state solution where Israeli and Palestinians live side by side in peace and mutual recognition, that is the only viable path from our point of view towards sustainable peace and security. We have also endorsed the New York Declaration, which, as we know, provides a roadmap for the implementation of the two-state solution, and also support Resolution 2803. And the promise of that resolution, however, from my point of view as well, remains unrealized, and progress is deeply needed towards the peace and relief it pledged for the Palestinians in Gaza. So its implementation is of course, crucial. Humanitarian assistance, very important. Recovery and reconstruction will have to go hand in hand in Palestine, and humanitarian and development actors must work closely together with very important relevant local institutions to ensure it achieves its desired results. Okay, so we should, as an Icelander coming from a small nation, 400,000, a little bit smaller than Luxembourg, with no army, very peaceful nation. How can we be of use? So we are, firstly, we are supporting financially international humanitarian institution as UNRWA. UNRWA is our main focus, and why? Because it supports the building of infrastructure through education and healthcare, focusing also on youth, young people, and not least women first. Secondly, we have also made an agreement with the PA, 3 years agreement to support that we have a good and strong and recognized governance in Palestine. And thirdly, what can a small country do? We can use our voice. And that is what we are doing. We have consistently been standing up for international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights. And we also underlined this by deciding to intervene in the case brought by South Africa against Israel before the International Court of Justice. And from my point of view, by intervening in the case as a contracting party to the convention, we under the Convention on Genocide, UN Genocide Convention, we are also underlining our trust for independent and impartial courts and the role they play now in the rule-based order. So advocating for peace, we are calling for action, understandably. But I think it's very important when we are advocating for peace, for a lasting peace, that we also have in mind that the multilateral system that we hold so dearly of, like the UN institution, etc., EU as well, all the multilateral system is in a way under attack. And that's why we have to have the courage to stand up for the rules-based order, for the respect for international law, not least human rights and humanitarian law. So that is the position of Iceland regarding Palestine. We are doing what we can in that regard.
Thank you very much, Minister. And last but not least, let me turn to Secretary of State of Norway for Foreign Affairs, Andreas Motzfeldt-Kravik. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleagues here up on the stage. I think I can align myself with everything that has been said. I just want to take a step back and say, when I entered the building, I was greeted by 3 individuals, 3 members from civil society, and despite the hopelessness and the hardship, I felt optimism, determination, and vigilance, and that is contagious, that is inspiring, and that's exactly what we need. So I'm really grateful for this ethos that you are exhibiting. I have to say, when we talk about this conflict, we can talk about policies, but we should also talk about mindset and narratives. And I think it's important to understand that in order for this conflict to be resolved long-term in a sustainable fashion, it's incumbent on all of us to see the humanism in the other side. And that is difficult. I think I will submit that this has never been more difficult than at the current moment, especially in conflicts like this with such a brutal conflict and the barbarism that we've seen over the course of the last few years. Israelis will rightly point to the barbarism exhibited by Hamas. Palestinians will point to tens of thousands of civilians killed, settlements expanding, now the death penalty having been enacted directed against one group, just intolerable and unacceptable policies. So how do we come at this? And I think all of this is augmented by social media. Social media is driving us all to become more polarized, more extremist almost. That's how, if you want to get traction on social media, that's how you do it. And that's just one of the effects. Another effect is you start thinking that the other side is just is only comprising extremists and people unwilling to compromise. But what you are showing is that it is possible to find landing zones. It is possible to find compromise, and that is extremely important. Let me just say a few words about some policies that we think are important. I'd like to align myself with the first speaker. The Oslo process, and I can speak to that as a Norwegian, I think, with some authority, presupposed that we would get to a Palestinian state by incremental steps. But I think he is right in saying that we were all held hostage by this way of thinking, because Israel would typically say, don't do this, don't do that, because you will undermine the process. At some point, we had to say enough. And that's why we and others decided to recognize Palestine as a state. So I think there are some negative trend lines, but there are also some positive trend lines. And the first and foremost positive trend is that never in human history has more states recognized Palestine as a sovereign state. That is important. Going forward, and I'll be quick, I know we're out of time, but just going forward, I think what we need to do is we need to hold perpetrators of international crimes accountable. So we have initiated, together with some of the countries here, new sanctions against violent settlers. That's important. We need to give space and... Yes, so we're exactly, and we're all right.
Yeah, please let him answer.
That's excellent. And let me just talk now, and then you can talk after. We are doing exactly what this gentleman is advocating for. We are, in fact, putting in place sanctions against Israeli settlements or settlers. So we're doing that. We have also enacted sanctions against Israeli ministers responsible for some of these atrocity crimes. We need to give support to the International Criminal Court as the court is proceeding with its investigations of those perpetrating international crimes. We need to ensure that Hamas is decommissioned. We need to provide humanitarian access and ensure that any impediments put in place are not just referred to as unacceptable, but we need to push back hard. And funding is important. Unfortunately, we're seeing very many countries, not just globally, but also in Europe, retreating from their obligations to fund humanitarian actors, to fund civil society. And finally, what we need to do, and this is my very last point, we need to ensure that civil society is at the table when solutions are discussed. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that last point, which echoed what was said. I'm sorry, we're really behind schedule.
About the sanctions, you have to know that now I read in the papers that the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Czech Republic say publicly that they won't support any sanctions. That Slovenia said that they won't support any sanctions. That the Israelis said that they will open now an embassy in Slovenia. That the German one said that they won't have any sanctions. Then it's not even an unanimity. I don't know even if we have a majority. That's the problem that we have for the moment in the European Union. I'm sorry, but as long as we have rules where we need to have unanimity, we will be a lame duck.
Thank you very much. And
I don't even know if in the Commission there is a common will to sanction Israel.
Thank you for this. I won't wrap it up because many points were touched upon, but please upload the participants to this panel, and thank you very much for all the points you made. Thank you, Minister. And for our third panel, it's my pleasure to call on stage Mr. Guillaume Bromberg and Madame Iba Casas, as well as ministers from Egypt, the Emirates, Ireland, Turkey, and Monaco. So please come on stage for this third panel. All right, So this is our third panel, which will focus on regional integration, which is a topic that was discussed at length this morning in the working groups, bringing together civil society activists, among which I'm very pleased to have on stage two members. First of all, Gideon Bromberg, you're a member of the Principles for Peace and ALMUP coalitions. You're the Israeli director of EcoPeace Middle East, a regional organization which brings together Jordanians, Palestinians, and Israelis to promote sustainable development and advance peace efforts in the Middle East. So thanks for being here. And next to you is Madam Iba Casas. You have an experience of more than 17 years at the United Nations, and you are now the director of Principles for Peace, a coalition of more than 550 Israeli and Palestinian leaders who gather discreetly to advance pragmatic and actionable solutions for peace and security in the region. And our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jean-Noël Barrot, has participated to your fantastic event in Geneva this year, the GAPS MENA Dialogue. So thanks again for being here. Let me turn to you first, Gideon. If you could sum up in a few minutes, given the time pressure we're under, but in a few minutes, the main recommendations and concrete actions you'd like to share with the participants to gather their reactions. Please, Gideon.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Foreign Minister of France for the invitation and all the other foreign ministers and distinguished guests. We are here in a European capital that has known death and destruction for centuries. And Europe was able to come together through the leadership of countries like France, Germany, and then the creation of the European Union. And therefore, please don't give up on the Middle East. The Middle East can also come round. Israel and Palestine can make peace. And a critical aspect to that is that we need the support of the rest of our region. And that's exactly why regional integration is critical to peacemaking between Israel and Palestine and the broader region. In our working group on regional integration, we reached consensus amongst Israelis and Palestinians. And we reached consensus because we discussed and agreed on basic shared values that are not dissimilar to the shared values that have brought together Europe. Shared values of dignity and self-determination for Israelis and Palestinians, but not only, but also for Lebanese and for Iranians and for Syrians. Dignity in shared prosperity, security for all, and tolerance and multi-faith, and last but certainly not least, climate resilience that threatens us all. Our request to the G7 is to invest in civil society coalition building, which is as broad as the region is. We need Palestinians and Israelis and Jordanians, but also Iranians and Lebanese and Syrian civil society to be working together. We need to be working together towards our short-term goals, preventing the collapse of the PA. There is no regional integration without the Palestinian Authority. We need to meet regional urgencies of Gaza and the region in basic services of water and energy supply for all of our populations. And of course, the longer-term coalition building efforts that we ask the G7 countries to join the efforts of the new peace building fund that was created. Secondly, our call to the G7 specifically is on the discussions of IMEC, the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, that we do understand will be discussed at G7, that was announced as part of the G20 initiative as well. that there is an importance to embrace that this economic initiative not just remain an economic initiative, but that it embrace the values that we discussed earlier of shared prosperity, of geopolitical peace building, that this economic initiative needs to become and can become a peace initiative that helps, that IMEC can help in the rebuilding of Gaza through private sector-led investments, in the rebuilding needs of Lebanon, and in the rebuilding needs of Syria. Coal and steel was the economic engine that built Europe, that brought Europe together. Please, in your discussions in the G7, look to your existing agreement of IMEC and economic corridors, and use those economic corridors as you have done in Europe itself to build the peace and justice that we desperately need.
Thank you so much, Gideon. Let me turn to you, Madam Eva Casas.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Minister Barrot, for your leadership, and for France for convening us here today. We've discussed within the security group quite a lot of topics, but I think there's one starting point, that security is the hinge on which a political solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict actually rests, whether there is feasibility or no feasibility. We are stuck within the region, within escalation dominance, which is really becoming the organizing factor in our region, but it is sending shockwaves globally. So we see in this very difficult moment also an opportunity to reconfigure a new regional political and security framework, which will include a resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because there is no stability in the region without a resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I think there are two other points before I go to the recommendations that we have to the G7, was that one of the points that we've discussed is that there's more realization amongst pragmatic leaders in both societies that there is no military solution to this conflict. It's 3 years, Hamas still in Gaza. We have, of course, degraded, but it's still there. We have Hezbollah still in Lebanon. So while the public opinion in Israel continues to be very hard, one of the points that we would discuss is that there is growing realization that the status quo is simply not sustainable. So there is an entry point for a new regional political and security framework. But that will not happen bilaterally. So this is a common thread that you're hearing from all of the groups. This needs a regional and international engagement, and it needs a coalition of committed partners, and the G7 can be a conduit for this, and the region is the other very important partner in this effort. So we had two calls we would like to make to the G7. First is the importance of removing all obstacles to implementation through coordinated diplomatic pressure, incentives, and advocacy. And when we're talking here, we're talking about all the obstacles that today push us back from the implementation of the promise of the New York Declaration and President Trump plan and UN Security Council Resolution 2803. And in addressing these blockers, we see a set of points, which some of them were mentioned already, but they came out as a security imperative. And amongst these is settler terrorism, the physical strangulation of the PA, the de facto annexation in the West Bank, and seeing these as a security threat to both Israelis and Palestinians alike, because they do undermine the political solution. We had also within the framework here, recognizing that this is a year of elections in Israel, the importance also for engagement, not only to think of sanctions and pressures, but also thinking of engagement with political leaders within Israel and future leaders. So, in a period of election, a new government in Israel starts on the right footing and breaks the cycle of perpetual war. Within the second recommendations we have is around advancing Hamas disarmament and ensure the concrete implementation of the security framework. It's very important that the G7 plays an active role in operationalizing the promise of the New York Declaration, but also the Security Council Resolution 2803 with the formation of the ISF. And we know that there's an issue of sequencing around Hamas disarmament and ISF, so we do have a concrete recommendation to the G7 to actually advance a senior military team from members of the G7 to go and start on the ground laying the conditions for the establishment of the ISF, because the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, will be key, and also to lift the veto on the PA engagement to unlock the question of disarmament of Hamas, because the PA engagement will provide cover for disarmament of Hamas, and to open a channel for DDR with this involvement. And finally, within this, to recognize that countries that have influence on both parties need to be engaged in this coalition of committed partners. The role of Qatar, Turkey, Egypt is key when it comes to question of Hamas disarmament. The role of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is key to advance the political horizon, and the role of the G7, both the European countries, Japan, and the US is indispensable for this. So we would like you to work together in one coordinated implementation framework. Civil society pledged to support and engage, and we call on your support to institute monitoring mechanisms. We believe it's very important that there's monitoring mechanisms on what is happening, especially with settler violence, and ensuring accountability, but also to civil society can support, and the many coalitions that we represent here can support building ground support and legitimacy, and opening the political imagination of what is possible to realize the security of both people and their right for self-determination through this regional framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as you were mentioning Egypt, I will turn to Minister Mohamed Abu Bakr Saleh, who's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt.
Thank you very much. And really, the world is facing unprecedented crises, and the global attention is going to Iran, so it has somehow some impact on the Palestinian issue. So thank you, France and the civil society, for really elevating this fundamental issue, fundamental global issue, to the top level again. And really, I will not dwell much on the position of Egypt is firm, but I will focus, since we do have, I do have to be brief, on the measures that Egypt is engaging in, because we are engaged in multi-layered engagement, including, of course, the negotiation going on in Egypt for the disarmament of the Hamas, and also we do support the President Trump, the plan, the 20 points, and the Security Council relevant resolution 2803, because why? This is the base of the ceasefire that we reach, although it's a fragile ceasefire, as well as it put the framework that can tackle the situation, the urgent situation and dire situation in Gaza. Of course, this is the area that we need all of us, governments as well as civil society, to focus, to implement, to really stop all these breaches of attacking and killing Palestinians until now in Gaza. Also, the issue of the containers. It was supposed to be 600 trucks per day. This is not applicable, as many previous speakers talked about that. So, and all these matters that we need not to jump, since we do have a plan blessed by the heads of state and government. We need to focus on it in order to move on for the two-state solution. Of course, as others talked about, the situation in the West Bank and the settler terrorism, and I'm happy that I hear today, for example, many speakers, including the Canadian, that taking action, whether in terms of the fund and the sanctions. This is the way out that we can really have some sort of progress in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And let me now turn to Minister Khalifa Shaheen Al-Mahra, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. Please, Minister.
Thank you. I will deliver my remarks in Arabic. في البداية أتقدم إلى معالي الوزير جانويل بارو بخالص الشكر والتقدير على تنظيم.
If you can get the mic closer. So, here you go.
في البداية أتقدم إلى معالي الوزير نويل بارو بخالص التقدير والشكر على تنظيم هذا الاجتماع. يأتي اجتماعنا اليوم في وقت يشهد فيه الشرق الأوسط والعالم توتر وتعقيدات غير مسبوقة نتيجة استمرار الأعمال الإيرانية العدوانية على دولنا العربية، وفي وقت ذاته تأخذ إيران فيه الاقتصاد العالمي رهينة وتبتز بإغلاق مضيق هرمز وتهديد الملاحة، وبالتالي قطع طريق إمداد العالم بالطاقة والأسمدة الحيوية للأمن الغذائي. وفي ذات الوقت يستمر التوتر ويتصاعد في الضفة الغربية والقدس وقطاع غزة، بما يشكل تهديداً بتقويض فرص السلام بين الفلسطينيين والإسرائيليين وتقويض حل الدولتين. وفي هذا الوقت العصيب علينا أن نضاعف الجهود من أجل السلام والأمن والاستقرار والازدهار في الشرق الأوسط. لذلك فإن مبادرة الوزير بارو عقد النسخة الثانية من نداء باريس من أجل حل الدولتين يستحق كل الإشادة والتقدير. شهد العام الماضي اعتماد إعلان نيويورك الذي قدم خارطة طريق واضحة لتحقيق حل الدولتين، والاعترافات المتوالية بالدولة الفلسطينية شكل زخما كبيرا للدفع. توج باعتماد الخطة الشاملة لإنهاء النزاع في غزة والقرار 28/3 الذي اعتمدها كإطار عمل يوفر مسارا واقعيا ومتكاملا للاستجابة الطارئة وإعادة الإعمار، ومسار لا رجعة فيه نحو تحقيق سلام عادل ودائم ومستدام بين الإسرائيليين والفلسطينيين قائم على أساس حل الدولتين. وفي هذا السياق رحبت دولة الإمارات بإطلاق مجلس السلام وإنشاء لجنة فلسطينية متكاملة من التكنوقراط، بما يتيح إطلاق عملية فلسطينية بقيادة فلسطينية لإعادة الإعمار والتعافي والتجديد في قطاع غزة. كما انخرطت دولة الإمارات بشكل بناء في دعم هذه الجهود، مجددة التزامها بمواصلة التنفيذ الكامل لخطة السلام عبر عضويتها في كل من مجلس السلام والمجلس التنفيذي لغزة، والعمل مع الشركاء في تمكين اللجنة الوطنية لإدارة غزة ودعم مكتب الممثل السامي لمجلس السلام، والمضي قدما في تنفيذ مراحل الخطة بجميع عناصرها، بما في ذلك نزع سلاح حماس وانسحاب القوات الإسرائيلية الكامل وفقا لما تنص عليه الخطة الشاملة وقرار مجلس الأمن، بما يمهد الطريق نحو تسلم السلطة الفلسطينية بعد إصلاحها كامل مسؤولياتها في قطاع غزة والضفة الغربية. لقد برهنت الإمارات على مدى عقود التزامها الراسخ تجاه دعم حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني وعلى راسها حقه في تقرير المصير. كما تصدرت بلادي منذ اندلاع الحرب على غزة الجهود الدولية الإنسانية في القطاع، مقدمة منذ بداية الحرب ما يقارب 3 مليارات دولار أمريكي مساعدات إنسانية للشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة، وتعهدت بتخصيص 1,200,000,000 دولار أمريكي إضافية عبر مجلس السلام. كما تواصل عملية الفارس الشهم 3 إيصال المساعدات بكل الطرق، مؤكدة استمرارها في أداء هذا الواجب. ومن جانب آخر تعرب دولة الإمارات عن قلقها البالغ أزاء التصعيد والتدهور المستمر للأوضاع في الضفة الغربية المحتلة، مع استمرار وتزايد عنف المستوطنين الإسرائيليين، بما في ذلك الهجمات الأخيرة على المدارس والأطفال الفلسطينيين والانتهاكات المستمرة في القدس، وخصوصا تجاه المقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية، بما يمس بمبدأ حرية العبادة. كما تشدد على أهمية ضمان الوصول الآمن للمصلين المسجد الأقصى وبقية الأماكن المقدسة، واحترام دور المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية في رعايتها، وضرورة الحفاظ على الوضع التاريخي والقانوني القائم فيها باعتبارها ركيزة أساسية لأي مسار سياسي موثوق يفضي إلى حل الدولتين.
Minister, I'm sorry, I'll ask you to conclude, so we have some time for the other participants.
I'm concluding. وتدين بلادي الأنشطة الاستيطانية غير القانونية، وبما في ذلك بناء أكثر من 30 مستوطنة جديدة، وتؤكد على ضرورة انخراط الأطراف الإقليمية والدولية الفاعلة لتحقيق هذا الحل. فأمامنا اليوم فرصة لتحويل وقف إطلاق النار إلى سلام دائم، وذلك عبر التزام حقيقي ومشترك بالتنفيذ الكامل لخطة السلام الشاملة وإطلاق عملية سياسية واضحة لا رجعة فيها استنادا إلى قرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة وعلى أساس حول الدولتين بما يضمن السلام والازدهار لجميع شعوب المنطقة. وشكرا.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me now turn to Minister Thomas Byrne from Ireland, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Defence. And I have to say that we're slightly behind schedule, so I'll ask you to keep your remarks short and crisp. Minister.
Merci, Ministre Jean-Noël Barrot, pour l'accueil et pour la coordination internationale aujourd'hui et for this campaign. I want to support what the French government and everybody that's been convened here together is doing today, and I can speak from two perspectives from an Irish point of view. One is civil society and the importance of civil society, that even when things seem most hopeless, that when you bring people together from two different sides, those seeds can produce big plants and big trees that eventually bear real fruit. So the importance of people talking is really important. And I say that as well in all our countries as well, in terms of, you know, it is so important that we do not lose sight of engagement either with Palestinians or with Israelis as well. And the example is shown here today of individual Palestinians, individual Israelis meeting today, being convened here today. That will bear fruit. The second point I'd make is disarmament. We have a history in relation to disarmament as well after the troubles in Northern Ireland. That is a long process. That is not a process that happens in one day. It is not always a process that is under the control of any particular organisation. There are lots of individuals out there with arms. It is a process that needs minding, it needs coordination, and it needs international help as well. And certainly from an Irish point of view, we are grateful to the European Union, to France, to Canada, Finland, countries like that, the USA, of course, UK, who gave so much support to the disarmament process and had patience during it. So they're my two thoughts.
Thank you very much for sharing that historical perspective. Let me now turn to Minister Musa Kulaklikaya, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much. And also, I thank to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for organizing this important and timely meeting. Recently, tensions have increased through the region. We are witnessing conflicts ongoing in many places, from Gaza to the West Bank, from Lebanon to Yemen, and the whole Gulf region. These developments have once again proved that it is impossible to achieve lasting peace in the region without a just solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's a fact that there is no viable alternative to the two-state solution. In the long term, the key to lasting peace and security in the region is finding a just solution to the Israeli-Palestinian issue based on a two-state solution. Israel is under the illusion that it can ensure its own security by simply spreading instability in the region. Israel's aggression and expansionist policies have become the main risk threatening peace across the region, primarily in Palestine. The ceasefire agreement to stop the genocide in Gaza was reached through the mediation of Turkey, Qatar, and Egypt, and the US. We believe the plan should be implemented. However, we have seen that Israel has failed to fulfill its responsibilities in full in the first phase of the plan. Humanitarian aid is not reaching Gaza in the agreed upon amount, as my colleague from Egypt mentioned. Israeli forces are not withdrawing the line they are supposed to and violating the agreement to control more territory. Israeli Prime Minister said plainly that they want to control more of Gaza. Since the ceasefire came into effect, approximately around 1,000 innocent Palestinians have been killed as a result of Israeli ceasefire violations. Likewise, the situation in the West Bank is alarming. Settler terror is intensifying day by day. Settlements are expanding, eroding the foundations of the two-state solution. Provocation against Muslim and Christian holy places are increasing. We should join our efforts to prevent these kind of provocations. The goal is very clear: to take the two-state solution off the table and displace Palestinian people from their land. One of the most essential pillars of the two-state solution is the provision of credible security guarantees. Given the ceasefire violations by Israel, this need is all the more relevant today. How will you ensure implementation of a settlement? Peace should be for all, and international community should continue its joint effort to ensure its frame, which is the two-state solution. We support and promote a regional architecture milestones of which we should be security, stability, prosperity for all, a regional ownership which will be inclusive with more regional dynamics and less external interventions. The establishment of the State of Palestine is also the key for lasting security of Israel. New York Conference was a milestone, yet we should keep up with our joint work to keep two-state solution high on the agenda. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Minister. And let me now turn to Madame la Ministre Isabelle Barrault-Amadei, representing Monaco, please.
Merci beaucoup. Ce n'est pas Barrault, mais Bérault. Mais j'en profite. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Barrault, pour avoir organisé cette conférence. Je dirais que le constat que je fais aujourd'hui en voyant la présence importante de personnes ici à cette conférence, ça démontre une chose, c'est que la paix ne se construit pas uniquement autour des tables de négociation. La paix se construit autour de personnes qui ont la volonté de dialoguer. Elle se construit aussi dans les écoles, dans les universités, dans les associations, les entreprises, les collectivités locales, partout où les femmes et les hommes choisissent le dialogue plutôt que la force ou la méfiance. Alors, rapidement, je voudrais mettre l'accent sur quelques points. Tout d'abord, restaurer la paix, c'est restaurer la confiance plutôt que souligner les divergences. Et là, je crois que l'action de la société civile a un rôle irremplaçable à jouer dans la reconstruction de la paix. Là où les négociations politiques rencontrent des obstacles, les citoyens, les associations, les universitaires, les entrepreneurs, les femmes, les jeunes, les gens comme vous, doivent maintenir et peuvent maintenir des espaces de dialogue et préparer les conditions d'une paix durable. Ensuite, il faut valoriser les aspirations communes, puisqu'au-delà des différences et des souffrances, les populations israéliennes et les populations palestiniennes partagent finalement des aspirations communes et fondamentales. Vivre en sécurité, offrir un avenir meilleur à leurs enfants, bénéficier d'opportunités économiques et voir leurs droits et dignités respectés. Ensuite, je voudrais souligner le rôle essentiel de la jeunesse. Les jeunes Israéliens, les jeunes Palestiniens doivent être placés au cœur des efforts de rapprochement. Leur participation au débat public et à la vie démocratique sera déterminante pour bâtir une coexistence fondée sur le respect mutuel et la reconnaissance réciproque. Et enfin, il faut faire des réformes, faire des réformes un instrument de paix. Les réformes institutionnelles, la transparence, la participation citoyenne et la consolidation d'autorités légitimes et démocratiques, ce n'est pas seulement des objectifs de gouvernance, ce sont aussi des leviers de paix qui renforcent la confiance des citoyens dans leurs institutions et qui réduisent donc les facteurs de fragilité et de conflit. Ce que je voudrais dire pour terminer, c'est que la paix, ce n'est pas uniquement l'absence de guerre. La paix, c'est construire les conditions d'un avenir où les jeunes générations, et j'insiste beaucoup là-dessus, les jeunes générations israéliennes et palestiniennes pourront enfin vivre en sécurité, en liberté, avec prospérité et dignité. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre. I would sincerely would like to thank all the participants, and please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. These have been very rich discussions, which will no doubt fuel the discussions next week at the G7. So thanks again for everybody that participated in those panels this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, everyone, for these inspiring discussions. Peace is not only a political objective, it's also a human endeavor. This is why we need to hear the voices, the courage, the commitment of those who were directly affected by the conflict. And so this is why I'm calling on stage 6 remarkable Israeli and Palestinian voices to give us their testimonies. I'm calling Leila Al-Sheikh, member of the Palestinian-Israeli Bereaved Families Forum. I'm calling Ali Abu Awad, Palestinian peace activist and founder of Tahrir, a movement promoting nonviolence and civic engagement. Robi Damelin, Israeli peace activist and member of the Bereaved Families Forum. Please come on stage. Yonatan Zaygen, Israeli peace activist and peace advocate. Reem Al-Hajajra, Palestinian peace activist and founder of Women of the Sun. She was recognized among the Times Magazine Women of the Year in 2024. And Yael Admi, Israeli peace activist and founder of the Women Wage Peace, also recognized among Times Magazine Women of the Year 2024. Please all come on stage so that we start to hear their testimonies. And also, Uda Abu Al-Rum. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, there is one mic here, and you give the mic to the other, okay? You have to, you just stand here. You want to be here? You want to be at the thing? Okay, you just stay here, and you start. Yeah. You want to start?
No, I'm lost. Lost.
Okay. You start, please. Okay, up. Thank you. Mettez-vous. Maybe you can go in the middle. Yeah, up there. Yeah, perfect. You can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for everybody that stayed in the room. Any individual, community, or nation has flaws. This is true for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Although Israelis have long been trying to use things like Palestinian violent resistance as a means to win debates, and although I personally suffered gravely from it when I had to listen on the phone as my mother was killed during the October 7th massacre, I made a conscious decision of refusal to utilize any Palestinian shortcomings as a rhetorical or moral shield. Before demanding change from others, I am compelled to address the transgressions of my own inherited affiliation group. Let us be clear. History did not start on October 7th. It has been a year since we last met in Paris. a year marked by 3 Israel-instigated clashes with Iran. It has been 2.5 years of atrocious carnage in Gaza and active ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. But it's weird to applaud to that, but it has also been 59 years of brutal occupation, 78 years since the devastating Nakba, and nearly 20 years since an Israeli government last attempted to discuss a resolution to the conflict. In Israel-Palestine, there is one state that enjoys impunity and shares a language and resources with most of the Western world. Beside it, there is a people who is expected to passively endure systemic violence that somehow seems to be transparent and has to fight to merely be eligible for basic human rights. I present this blunt asymmetry because it begs a fundamental question. While Palestinians can theoretically be blamed for choosing the wrong form of resistance, has Israel ever sincerely and effectively tried to create a reality that doesn't demand resistance altogether? The answer is a resounding no. I know that my mother's death and countless other Israelis and Palestinians was preventable. This is an endeavor we owe to ourselves. Israel must end its deadly oppression, and Palestinians should probably reimagine ways of nonviolent resistance and nation building. Together, we must shift our affiliation from that of ethnicity or religion, discard our leaderships, and move towards a joint peoplehood of equality and mutuality, rather than killing and dying for exclusivity. We must expand on our joint civil initiatives that already exist, push for shared political institutions, and appoint ministers of peace and reconciliation. The list could go on. So, why are we here today instead of continuing the work on the ground? Back home? It is not for French wine and macaroons. We are here because in order for us to succeed, the international community must deem our reality unacceptable. This all may sound utopian, but I will keep repeating my mantra. In Israel, it is not that we don't want peace because it is too complicated. Peace is complicated because our leadership doesn't want it yet. And to the international community, I will use the cliche, stop talking the talk and start walking the walk. Hesitantly banning Smotrich from your fine cuisine is not enough. How much more bloodshed, global instability, and moral crumbling will it take before you form a new, holistic, and implementable pressure policy that includes state-level sanctions and broad divestment? How long before you all join the belated but sorely needed declaration of the UK, Australia, and Canada regarding an international fund that will flood us with resources and legitimacy for peace building and co-resistance? How can we be expected to create a new reality while you continue to sponsor the existing one? Nevertheless, we will continue through the pain, the shame, and the imagined impracticalities, in memory of those we lost and for the children who deserve better. We will continue to make the land between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea a place for us all. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Huda Abu Arqoub, and I declared myself as an independent person before Palestine was declared an independent state. The invitation is hugely welcomed by the French Foreign Ministry. You are a friend to us, the Palestinians, but you are also a very courageous diplomat, Mr. Foreign Minister. And I urge everyone in the room to take the same action against any form of genocide and any form of structural violence practiced against people. I am here tonight with you today to celebrate the unbroken determination of the Palestinian people to have their sovereign state, geographically connected state, economically independent state, because the Palestinian people have already paid a very high price for that right. So either we have a state or the whole world will not be able to have peace. And I encourage you to use the public pressure that is in your streets in order to take courageous commitment towards a two-state solution that is still approved by the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian youth still want it and dream of it. So don't give up on them. Give them the possibility to continue to live and thrive in their homeland. I also want you to know that it's not easy to be a peace builder. We lived in closed rooms for a long time. We did dialogue, we transformed our stories, but we didn't talk to our own. That's why we ended up with no peace, more violence, and the youth among us are more radicalized than before. So it's time for that peace talk that happens in a small room somewhere in Beit Jala that we also cannot access now. The peace space is shrinking. It's time for us to start talking to our own. Isn't dialogue important internally as much as it's important cross borders? It's easy to talk to Jonathan. His mom was my friend. I lost his mom and I lost my family members in Gaza. That didn't stop us from talking to each other about each other's humanity. So support that. Support the people who want to fight the fight, to continue to live as human beings with full potential. Support the real peace that speaks to people who are now paying the price of their lives for that peace. We, the Palestinian people, are determined to survive, to live on our land, to continue to thrive on it, and we will not surrender to despair. Thank you.
أنا راح أتكلم باللغة العربية، فاللي بحب يحط السماعة عشان يسمعني. يلا. أوكي. أنا ريم حجاجرة، مؤسسة نساء الشمس، ابنة مخيم دهيشة للاجئين الفلسطينيين. أنا حفيدة النكبة. أنا اللي درست في مدارس الأونروا. أنا اللي أخذت الرعاية الصحية والتطعيمات، أنا وأولادي والأجيال اللي بعدهم. لا يمكن إلغاء وجودنا كفلسطينيين، لكن حاجتنا لأمن أولادنا هو ما دفعنا للبحث عن السلام بين الأزقة. عندما كنت أرى الأمهات يبكين على أولادهن الثكلى والجرحى والأسرى، كنت أتألم دائما وأرى نفسي يوما ما موجودة بين تلك النساء، لكني رفضت أن أكون ضحية، وأزرت على نفسي أن أكون أم مضحية بس بطريقة أخرى، طريقة تقول أنني سأدافع عن أولادي بكل قوتي وأن أجعل السلام دربا لهم وللأجيال القادمة. لذلك اخترت أن أكون أول امرأة تحاور امرأة في الشارع الإسرائيلي، وقبلت على نفسي ذلك من أجل أن يعلو صوتي كأم مقابل أم تريد لابني أن يعيش بأمن وسلام. هي قبلت أن تتحدث عن رسالتي وعن ألمي في الشارع الإسرائيلي. لذلك كونا صوت الأمهات الذي يطالب بسلام عادل يحمي أولادنا من القتل، وأن يكون الأمن والمساواة والعدل هو أساس السلام المستدام للدولتين. لا يهمنا شكل الحل، إما حل الدولة الواحدة أو حل الدولتين، لكن يهمنا جدا البدء بالمفاوضات من أجل حل سياسي يأمن للشعب الفلسطيني حريته، ويأمن للشعب الفلسطيني أن يحصل على الأمن المستدام. نحن في صوت الأمهات نطالب في تطبيق قرار 1325 للأمم المتحدة الذي ينص على أهمية وجود النساء في الساحة السياسية، وأن نكون جزءاً من طاولة مفاوضات، وأن نكون جزءاً من الحلول، وأن لا يستثنى الدبلوماسية الشعبية والشعوب من تلك المفاوضات. راح أترك كلمتي تكملها يعيل أدمي اللي هي شريكتي في صوت الأمهات. طبعاً أنا بمثلش نفسي فقط، لكن بمثل كثير من النساء اللي بتآمن في هذا الصوت. كمان يعيل أدمي بتمثل كثير من النساء الموجودات في الشارع الإسرائيلي.
Thank you so much. I'm going to do a very brave step. I prepared a very nice speech. I don't need it. Because I see you, I listen to you, I didn't understand every word, but I know what you are saying. And I want to tell you a personal story. On the 4th of October, 3 days before the 7th of October, we organized a huge event. 1,500 Israeli and Palestinian women in Jerusalem and in the Dead Sea. And we shouted, "Listen to our mother's call." With Yonatan's mother, with many other friends of us from the Gaza border and from women of the Sun in Gaza that were listening to us. And we said, "We are sitting on a ticking bomb. It will blow on our faces." Nobody listened. And then, on the 7th of October, in the morning, Rim texted me and said, "Do you know something? What's happening with Vivian? Do you have any information? Is there anything in the world that I can help you?" And we cried together because we didn't know what's happened with our beloved Vivian. And then she added, "What's happening now means that we have to work with more courage, with more energy to resonate our joint mother's call that expresses our core responsibility as mothers." And that's exactly what we are doing in the last 3 years. We spread the mother's call all over the world. Just 3 months ago, thank you, Vital Voices, that enabled this. Thank you so much. We had barefoot walk in Rome. The idea of Rim is to walk barefoot because we feel the ground that's soaked by the blood of our children. And when we are walking hand by hand, we bring hope. Thousands of people walked with us in more than 40 cities all over the world. People walked with us in solidarity walks. And millions of people watched us and supported us. And now, about the practical steps. We understood that the key factor for stability in our region is resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because till we will do this in respectful, in mutual diplomatic agreement, none of us will able to grow our kids for freedom, for equality, for rights, for respect, for security. So it's very touching and moving for me to announce. I think maybe this is the first time that we are doing it in public. We are launching a coalition of women, of mothers. Men, of course, are welcomed. Coalition of women from the region with a big and strong support of the international community, because alone we can't do it. And for this coalition, we need all of you, all the amazing people that just took place in the panels, everyone that can contribute to this effort, because we know long and bitter conflicts can be solved, especially when women are deeply involved. So we know it's time for women, it's time for peace. Help us to bring this dream to reality.
Okay, hello everybody. I might be a dinosaur, but I still have something to give to making peace. I usually talk from my heart, but I wrote something that I want to read to you because it comes from my heart. How I wish I could view life through certain eyes of black and white, and this grey picture, which insists on coming up, would stop telling me that I have the monopoly on truth. How I wish I could manage my life without questioning. The only thing I'm certain of is that when the media goes away, all those who have lost loved ones will experience a pain so great in the heart they feel it would surely burst. The pain has no color. It is not predominantly green or blue or white.
Robbie is also one of my teachers in this process of nonviolence, because I also lost my brother, and we used to be to speak in behalf of the Parent Circle Families Forum, and it is so hard to take that side, the side of no side. Thank you, Robbie, for being who you are, and thank you all. Thank you, France. Thank you, everyone, especially the Israeli-Palestinian activists, for being here. I don't take this for granted. It's not so easy, especially seeing these panels and great speeches. So I'm not gonna, despite my political leadership, I'm not gonna be a politician here. And I realized how much it's hard to be a politician when you speak about this conflict. But also, I'm not gonna be just a human with peace fantasy without talking to the point. I think today, what are we facing is the deepest lesson about our both identities that we were ignoring for years. Even in peace building, we were talking about borders, we are relying on others, we are demanding from each other, and we were killing each other. But today we have to speak identity, which means that any grassroots activism without creating a framework that will lead to a political solution will be a waste of time, energy, and money. Because we are done with the transformation of hearts and mind before establishing the framework that will allow normal condition even to reconcile with each other and to forgive each other. That's number one. Number two, we are fed up with our leadership, a leader that has failed to lead. We are fed up with Bibi Netanyahu, who his great resource to fuel this humiliation against us and to attack the whole Middle East is the Jewish fear. I'm gonna tell him the Jewish fear is my enemy as well, and I'm responsible about it as Palestinian, and I'm gonna help my partner to heal that legitimate fear that doesn't come from the sky. We have to admit to that. On the other hand, I'm telling my president, Mahmoud Abbas, if you failed in your role of leadership without creating a political structure that will guarantee freedom for me, without designing a national plan for the Palestinian people toward dignity, dignified condition, freedom, to wake up in the morning and understand, are we part of revolution against Israel, or we are toward a state, independent state that we all has to build together? Without framing that plan, he's not gonna be my president. And I'm not gonna accept any other role, whether it is internationally or locally, without the engagement of my people. My people are the heroes of that region. We, Palestinians, were one of the most educated, talented people on earth, but we need to be respected. We need to be respected by our own leadership, and we need to be respected by our enemies as well. And we have a tremendous responsibility toward that. So be careful, where are you going to invest your money? That's my message to you. Number three, we are not the best here, but we are part of the best. And I'm telling you, if you don't believe that peace is possible, even though we are the active minority, but we represent the silent majority. So let's think and act how to bring that majority with us. Number four, we need an international umbrella, an international guarantor for these great efforts to succeed in the ground. Because whatever sometimes we build, the occupation destroy or violence destroy. We want a guarantor, and we want a political guarantor that this plan, if we are committed to it, it's going to lead us to independence, to security, and to the two-state solution. It's obvious. Number five, we need to partner with you because we want to take responsibility. Believe me, the Jewish-Israeli security should not come at my expense, but I need your help for that. And my freedom should not be stuck because some Jewish settler thinks that his Zionist ideology is more important than my dignity. And Israel has to decide today, Are you occupying my people for the sake of security? And this is my responsibility, I can do. But if you're occupying my land for the implementation of Zionist ideology, there is no way for peace and there is no place for peace. And we, Palestinians, I'm telling you, we are in a place today to save our identity, not just to save our lives. And we have been talking, thinking, working to partner with the whole world and learning from what is going to happen if this continues. And we all have experienced the 7th of October. I know that we have the legitimate right to fight the occupation. No one can take this right from us. But I know that this fight and this justification of violence should be not the grave of the just Palestinian case as what happened in the 7th of October. That was against the Palestinian before it comes against the Jews. I'm not an Israeli lover. I will never normalize with Israel. Even Israel want us. Israel want to normalize with the Palestinian. We want Israel to normalize with Palestine. We want to be a state to be able to normalize with the state of Israel. This is the only normalization that I can see it possible and I can be part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for these powerful testimonies. Behind every statistic, behind the headlines that we see in the press, there are lives, stories that, like yours. To continue on a note of shared humanity, I would like to welcome two extraordinary artists, Noah and Mira Awad. You all know their song, There Must Be Another Way, that was performed at the Eurovision Song Contest in 2009. And we look forward to hearing your voice again in a few minutes after the seconds. But here is this now the stage to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey. Hello. Wow. I care. I care.
Yes, you do, darling.
I care for people. I care for their lives and their livelihoods. I care for the well-being of children, all children. I care about mental health, about grief, about trauma, and about all the healing we have yet to do. I care about the planet, about animals, about natural resources, about food, water, and how they are shared. I care about humankind as long as it remains kind, because when it's not, to be honest, I do not care for it that much. I don't care. I don't care how many states. A two-state solution or a one-state convolution, a confederation or some other constellation. I don't care where the border is drawn, because I don't care for borders at all. I don't care whose flag flies higher. I don't care for flags. They're all rags made in China. No offense, China. I don't care who's in power as long as they use that power with care. I don't care who gets the credit. I don't care for slogans. They are lifeless words. I care for the living. I care. I care who gets to sleep without fear, to eat without worry, and dream without interruption. I don't care if we don't agree on the past, as long as we agree to care for a future.
Listening to my sister's beautiful words, I wish to raise my voice and fuse it with hers. I wish to say in this musical way how broken-hearted I am as I view our world today. Hey, sister, brother, hey, father, mother, how have we forgotten we depend on each other? We are one living spirit, one family, one light. And we have the power to transform the darkest night. Hear this, O family, trees and whales and humans too. We are all connected deeply. This my soul knows to be true. When I cry for all of us. And I know we shall laugh at our folly someday. For our hearts know the truth. There must be another way. We stand before you, a Palestinian and Israeli, two women who have been swimming upstream together for 26 years, raising our voices against all odds.
Through the pain and loss, through endless moments of frustration and doubt, we stand together. United by our friendship and a common goal, rehumanization through music and word.
Rejecting the battlefield, we choose to be the bridge, fully knowing bridges are always the most vulnerable to attacks. Yet without them, we will remain forever isolated from each other, blind to each other's pain and dreams.
We do not attempt to reflect reality. The full magnitude of its horror is well known to us. Rather, we seek to point the way to an alternative, using our imagination to envision the world we seek to live in, and then working to create that world step by step.
In this spirit, we have initiated Reimagine Peace that will be launched in Florence, Italy, July 10th to 12th, 2026. Yay! For 3 days, Israeli and Palestinian musicians, activists, filmmakers, and chefs, joined by friends from around the world, will gather in the great city of the Renaissance to have an honest and courageous conversation about who we are and celebrate the possibilities of who we can become.
We will plant trees, watch films, make music, have conversations, cook, march, inspire, and be inspired. And this is only the first step of what we envision as a global movement. All events are open to the public and free of charge.
Join us. We need you. We welcome you. Join us too on the bridge here very soon, where we will think of others, imagine, and say, there must be another way. Woohoo! Join us on the bridge soon. We're waiting for you.
Seriously.
Thank you very much. And as we come now to the conclusion of this high-level sequence, it's now my honor to welcome two distinguished voices to present the 2026 Paris Call. Anton Goodman, you are the acting CEO at Rabies for Human Rights. Previously, you worked with the Abraham Initiative to promote equality for Palestinian citizens of Israel. And Amira Musalam, you are a Palestinian Christian peace activist. You are the head of mission of the Unarmed Civilian Protection in Palestine. Drawing on your own experience of violence, you have dedicated your life to nonviolence, civilian protection, and peace building. In 2025, you received the Tannenbaum Peacemaker in Action Award. Welcome. Thank you.
To His Excellency, Mr. Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, to the heads of state and government of the G7 and the global leaders convening in Evian. We are Israelis and Palestinians, civil society leaders, activists, experts, living inside this conflict and devoted to ending it. We stand before you as partners, ready to do the difficult work required to build a future in which both people can live in peace and security, free from occupation and violence.
Since we spoke before you exactly 1 year ago, France and 14 other nations have recognized Palestinian statehood. The New York Declaration, President Trump's 20-point plan, Resolution 2003, and the Gaza ceasefire have created a framework for advancing a negotiated two-state solution based on peace, security, mutual recognition, and dignity. Yet the region continues to fracture. Gaza is devastated. Israel remains under threat. Settler terrorism, settlement expansion, and de facto annexation and threats to the Palestinian Authority continue to undermine the viability of a future Palestinian state. Israelis and Palestinians alike remain trapped in fear, insecurity, and trauma. We return because as the G7 convenes in Evian, this conflict risks once again being set aside. The window for a solution remains open, but it is narrowing.
This moment requires urgent diplomacy grounded in partnership with civil society. We therefore call on you and on the G7 leaders in Evian and all states represented here in Paris to act.
Number one, enforce a permanent ceasefire and protect civilians. Secure and consolidate the ceasefire into a permanent and monitored arrangement with protection for civilians, including medical workers, aid agencies, journalists, and civilian infrastructure. Move Gaza Phase 2 into a wider political security pathway, guarantees against renewed attacks, reconstruction, governance transition, regional security guarantees, and a credible process for the decommissioning of Hamas.
2. Align every framework into one implementation pathway for a two-state solution within a regional framework. A credible political horizon that can deliver a two-state solution on the 67 borders with Jerusalem as the capital of both states depends on West Bank viability, Israeli security, effective Palestinian governance, reconstruction, and Gaza stabilization. It is also what makes regional integration possible and meaningful. These are not separate files, but linked objectives that must be treated as part of one implementation pathway. Align the New York Declaration, UNSCR 2803, President Trump's 20 points plan, the Global Alliance, and the Board of Peace into one coordinated implementation mechanism, backed by investment, including in the vital work of civil society, to realize both the ceasefire and the political horizon.
3. Halt annexation to keep the political horizon feasible. Halt annexation and settlement expansion now to preserve the territorial integrity of a future Palestinian state. Protect Palestinian communities and dismantle the infrastructure of settler terrorism and the impunity that shields it. This must include meaningful consequences for settlement expansion, settler terrorism, forced displacement, home demolitions, and any measures aimed at the de facto or de jure annexation, including in areas such as E1, as well as targeted sanctions where appropriate on individuals, entities, and contractors responsible for the planning, financing, or construction of settlements, as well as those directly engaged in settler terrorism.
4. Rebuild Gaza for its people. Guarantee unrestricted humanitarian access and fund essential services such as hospitals, water, electricity, shelter. Visible progress on recovery, employment, protection, and services is itself part of stabilization. It should be financed through a transparent, multi-year mechanism with real Palestinian ownership, including civil society and the private sector involved in planning and delivery to support recovery and the reconnection of Gaza and the West Bank.
5. Advance mutual security through a human-centered, accountable security framework. Ensure that Israeli and Palestinian safety is not pursued at one another's expense, but rather recognizes their inherent interdependence. Decommission Hamas and other armed and terrorist groups through DDR, which guarantees against rearming. Protect Palestinians from violence, displacement, denial of movement, and the violations of basic rights, and support a reformed and legitimate Palestinian police force. Back multilateral security guarantees through the G7 and regional partners, with security assistance tied to civilian protection, de-escalation, and accountability.
6. Support legitimate Palestinian governance renewal through elections and institutional reform. Prevent PA collapse and reconnect Gaza and the West Bank. Support governance renewal through presidential and legislative elections, which should take place this year, and which should be allowed to be conducted freely and fairly across Palestinian society. Engage in institutional reform, improved service delivery with meaningful participation by Palestinian communities, preventing the collapse or hollowing out of the Palestinian Authority must be treated as a core security priority for Palestinians, Israelis, and the wider region. Immediate measures to release withheld tax revenues, restore banking correspondent channels, and ease movement restrictions are essential. Without this, instability in the West Bank will deepen. Hamas entrenchment in Gaza will accelerate, and Israel will be left managing an expanding security crisis with no political exit.
7, treat regional integration as a catalyst for ending the occupation and to advance progress on a two-state solution. Regional integration should serve as a catalyst for ending the occupation and advancing a two-state solution, not as a substitute for Palestinian statehood. This means establishing a non-militarized Palestinian state through a political process with concrete, time-bound benchmarks and multilateral guarantees, with measurable progress towards statehood and the territorial contiguity of Gaza and the West Bank, broadening support to civil society networks and initiatives across the region, Palestinian, Israeli, Iranian, and Arab countries. It is necessary to counter regional escalation, including between Israel and the Islamic Republic and its proxies.
8, join the International Fund for Israeli-Palestinian Peace, establish an expert consultative mechanism, and invest in political legitimacy, public narratives, and the civic protection. No political or security framework will hold without publics that can understand, shape, and support it. International and regional actors should establish a structured consultative mechanism bringing together Israeli and Palestinian experts, civil society, private sector actors, women leaders, and youth representatives. This must be matched by sustained investment in Israeli, Palestinian, and regional constituencies to lay the groundwork for diplomacy. Join the International Fund for Israeli-Palestinian Peace, which was launched this week by the UK, Canada, and Australia, and ensure it is resourced to provide scaled support directly to peace builders, fulfilling the G7's commitment to institutionalizing civil society's role.
None of this rests on you alone. We are already working extensively across our networks, from local to institutional arenas. We need you to join us by deploying all available diplomatic, economic, and political tools to help break this cycle now.
Invest in civil society as allies and partners, and we stand ready to work with you in this essential mission to shape a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite now Minister Barrot to come on stage and deliver a speech.
Ministres, ambassadeurs, ambassadrices, militants de la paix, merci. Toda, shukran. En vous écoutant et en vous voyant réunis ici, la première émotion qui m'étreint, c'est la gratitude. Parce qu'un an après l'appel du 13 juin 2025, vous êtes venus porter au monde un message de résistance et d'espoir. Résistance à l'idée que le camp de la guerre puisse l'emporter sur celui de la paix. Espoir, celui de deux États vivant côte à côte en paix et en sécurité. Et votre présence nombreuse aujourd'hui est la démonstration éclatante que la paix et la réconciliation restent possibles malgré toutes les souffrances, malgré les blessures profondes du terrorisme et de la guerre, et qu'elle passe par la reconnaissance mutuelle, la résistance au discours de haine, le refus de la résignation. L'appel de Paris de l'année dernière, votre appel, n'est pas resté lettre morte. Souvenez-vous, la déclaration de New York a été endossée par la majorité des nations du monde, appelant dans un même souffle la condamnation définitive des attaques terroristes du 7 octobre, l'exclusion du Hamas de la gouvernance palestinienne, la reconnaissance de la Palestine et l'intégration régionale. quelques semaines plus tard, le 22 septembre 2025, par la voix du président de la République, la France a pris la décision capitale de reconnaître l'État de Palestine. Elle l'a fait avec 10 pays, dont la plupart sont représentés aujourd'hui, et je les en remercie. Quelques semaines plus tard, un plan de paix a été adopté, ouvrant enfin la possibilité que les armes se taisent. Et de fait, il y a désormais un cessez-le-feu à Gaza, certes imparfait, certes violé constamment, mais qui existe. Tous les otages vivants sont sortis de Gaza. Après avoir vécu l'enfer, ils ont pu retrouver leurs proches. Et toutes les dépouilles ont été restituées pour permettre enfin aux familles d'entamer leur deuil. Mais malgré cela, la situation est tragique. C'est la catastrophe humanitaire insoutenable dans laquelle Gaza demeure plongée. C'est la blessure intime du 7 octobre que chaque famille israélienne porte encore dans sa chair et les missiles iraniens qui continuent de cibler Israël. C'est la situation insupportable en Cisjordanie et à Jérusalem-Est, où la violence des colons radicaux, les appels à l'annexion, les déplacements forcés, les atteintes au statu quo des lieux saints réduisent chaque jour la perspective de la paix. Et comme si cela ne suffisait pas, la guerre a de nouveau embrasé la région, ajoutant les peuples libanais et iraniens aux victimes de la tragédie du Levant. Je le dis avec vous, à nos frères et nos sœurs au Liban et en Iran, pris entre deux feux, dans des guerres qu'ils n'ont pas choisies, nous ne les oublions pas, nous ne vous oublions pas. Nous pourrions, dans ces conditions, trouver toutes les raisons du monde pour baisser les bras. Mais vous êtes là, et vos témoignages constituent à eux seuls des motifs d'espoir et des motifs d'action. Tout au long de cette journée, vous avez montré qu'il n'existe aucun obstacle d'ordre pratique à la mise en œuvre de la solution à deux États. Désarmement du Hamas, reconstruction de Gaza, délimitation des frontières, lutte contre les discours de haine, intégration régionale, vos propositions ouvrent la voie. Or, cette année peut être décisive, parce que vos deux peuples seront amenés à voter dans les prochains mois. En Israël, des élections législatives auront lieu d'ici à l'automne. En Palestine, des élections législatives et présidentielles doivent se tenir avant la fin de l'année. Le président Abbas s'y est engagé. Et je le dis à ceux qui doutent que le moment soit venu. Les élections en Palestine ne doivent pas être un aboutissement, elles sont un point de départ, un moment d'expression démocratique essentiel pour que l'autorité palestinienne puisse assumer pleinement ses responsabilités. Il n'y a pas de meilleure manière pour un peuple de se lever, de s'exprimer, de défendre son droit à l'existence que de le faire au travers d'élections libres et ouvertes. L'appel de Paris que vous lancez aujourd'hui est guidé par le sort des femmes et des hommes de vos deux peuples. Il n'obéit en aucune manière à des intérêts politiques ou économiques éloignés. Ce que vous avez placé au cœur de vos recommandations dans cet appel, c'est d'abord et avant tout la dignité de la personne humaine, la dignité de vos deux peuples. Alors, avec les ministres présents, nous recevons ces recommandations avec gravité et avec le même espoir que celui qui vous anime. Et vous pourrez compter sur nous pour le relayer auprès des dirigeants du monde entier, à commencer par ceux qui seront présents dans quelques jours, la semaine prochaine, lors du sommet du G7 que le président de la République accueillera à Évian. Et nous allons continuer pour porter avec vous une perspective claire, celle de deux peuples, deux États, reconnus et respectés dans leurs droits, vivant côte à côte, en paix et en sécurité. Nous le savons, vous l'avez dit, la paix ne se décrète pas. Elle ne naît pas seulement de la volonté des responsables politiques ou de la décision des gouvernements. Elle doit s'enraciner dans les esprits et les cœurs vaillants des femmes et des hommes qui militent pour la paix. C'est pourquoi votre rôle est essentiel, car vous êtes les bâtisseurs de la paix. Sans votre courage, sans votre droiture, sans ce sillon d'espérance que vous creusez patiemment sur le terrain tous les jours pour y semer les graines de la réconciliation, rien ne sera possible. chacun porte en lui une part de responsabilité, quels que soient les mots choisis ou la langue employée. Du tikkun olam en hébreu ou musalaha arabe, nous sommes appelés à réparer le monde, à réconcilier les femmes et les hommes, à réparer un univers imparfait dans lequel nous vivons et à y apporter un peu de concorde. Cela demande des esprits audacieux et préparés. Et c'est le ministre des Affaires étrangères d'un vieux pays dont l'histoire est entachée du sang de guerre fratricide, d'un vieux pays qui a reconnu l'État d'Israël et l'État de Palestine, d'un vieux pays qui a su faire la paix et la réconciliation avec son ennemi juré. La paix ne naîtra ni de l'humiliation, ni de la négation du droit de l'autre à l'existence ou à la sécurité, mais d'un chemin exigeant, fait de compromis courageux et d'une intransigeance absolue quant à la dignité humaine. C'est cette voie étroite qui seule peut conduire à la paix. À Jérusalem, à Tel Aviv ou à Ramallah, d'où vous venez, il est devenu terriblement difficile pour Israéliens et Palestiniens de se rencontrer librement. C'est pourquoi nous nous sommes tous retrouvés à Paris pour recevoir votre appel. Sachez-le, tant qu'il y aura des femmes et des hommes décidés à faire vivre l'idée de la paix au Proche-Orient, ils trouveront toujours ici une place pour dialoguer, débattre, construire l'avenir, construire des ponts, construire la paix. Et c'est ainsi que nous avons conçu cette journée, dont je remercie les organisateurs et organisatrices. Non seulement comme un pont entre société civile et gouvernement du monde, mais aussi comme un pont entre deux peuples appelés à la réconciliation et à la paix. Alors, pour marquer symboliquement la volonté qui est la nôtre, la volonté de la France, la volonté des organisations aujourd'hui représentées, je vous invite à vous rassembler dans quelques instants sur le pont de la Tournelle, à 2 pas d'ici, pour que nous puissions emporter ensemble, dans un même souffle et d'une seule voix, un seul message: 2 peuples, 2 États, un futur. 2 people, 2 states, 1 future. Pendant que vous vous préparez à sortir de cet amphithéâtre pour gagner le pont de la Tournelle, j'invite les ministres qui sont encore présents à me rejoindre sur scène, les représentants des 3 organisations de la société civile qui sont à l'origine de cet événement, ainsi que les 10 co-chairs des groupes de travail qui ont travaillé toute la matinée pour affiner l'appel de Paris, pour que nous puissions prendre la photo de groupe et que nous puissions marquer par cette photo la transmission de l'appel de Paris. Merci à toutes et tous.
Please, all the panelists of this afternoon come on stage for the group photo of the transmission of the Paris call to the minister. And of course, Anton and Amira, who just read the Paris call, please come on stage. The 6 persons who did their testimonies, all the organization of civil society, please. Anne-Claire, tu as le droit de... Hop, please, hop. Rapprochez-vous peut-être un peu. Please move a bit more in the center. Judith, c'est bon? Judith, c'est bon? Please, wait a bit closer. Yeah, squeeze, yeah. Yeah.
Attendez, attends, j'arrive, attends. Attendez les garçons, attendez. Super, on commence par le fond, tu les fais traverser d'abord, voilà, et après on terminera par là, parce qu'ils arrivent tous du même côté, ok? C'est pas la bonne grande pour faire la cérémonie.
C'est les 400 qui viennent là. Oui, en gros là vous aurez le truc, enfin vous aurez plus proche les 400 participants, mais le gros visuel c'est vrai que après on peut aller vers les images.
Non mais bon on va faire un truc, c'est juste sympa là.
Ouais.
De toute façon,
Bertrand
tout est pas vu ici, c'est pas vu ici.
Bertrand
Je comprends. Moi, si je pouvais me défiler de mon travail, je le ferais. Là, mais vous avez pas vous êtes où, il n'y a pas de...
Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue. Donc il va y avoir deux séquences. On va attendre tout le monde. Il y aura deux séquences ce soir. Une séquence qui va aller plus vers le fond avec la vache et une seconde avec les artistes qu'on entourera.
Arrêtez de se plaindre.
Franchement, ils ont parlé du truc, j'étais en mode toute la séquence, ce sera en contre-jeu. Et j'ai l'impression que ça
oui, ça tilte pas, mais en fait, si, c'est en contre-jeu.
C'était juste pour avoir ma chambre, mais
S'il vous plaît, suivez-moi. Mettez-vous derrière ces invités-là, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Je vous laisse aller derrière, s'il vous plaît, merci. Faites un arc de cercle tout du long. Après la ligne rouge, s'il vous plaît.
Personne qui parle.
Hi, hello. Yeah, okay, so you see me now, the ceremony is going to take place in 5-10 minutes. Can we cut London 40 because it's down now inside? Okay. Okay, so I'm picking. Yeah, please stop it now and switch on me. Because,
Messieurs, dames, je vous invite à épouser l'arrondi tout du long. Merci.
you very much. Bye. Bye.
Donc, s'il vous plaît, retenez vos positions, parce que dans une petite minute, on va vous demander à tous d'avancer auprès du groupe avec Monsieur le ministre. Et ensuite, une fois qu'on a fini cette séquence, vous reviendrez à vos positions initiales, ok? C'est clair pour tout le monde? Super.
Ouais, ça va, par contre, ça va décrocher. Ah non, mais vous pouvez vous développer, non, on est parti ici. Enfin, je pense que c'est faut faire des prix, alors.
Et n'oubliez pas, quand on vous demandera d'avancer vers Monsieur le ministre, de hisser bien haut toutes les pancartes que vous avez en main, ok? Super.
C'est quoi les... En plus, ça peut...
Retenez bien vos positions actuelles, parce que vous prendrez les mêmes places tout à l'heure. Merci.
Pardon.
Tout le monde va bien? Tout le monde est intimidé et impressionné, j'ai l'impression.
El sol por lo menos se metió.
Une photo.
Vous avez la vidéo un peu parfaite.
C'est bien passé.
Donc en fait le principe c'est...
Je sais. Donc on attend un peu que les gens...
L'auteur de ça.
Ah, mais on attend un peu que les gens...
Dès que vous êtes prêts, on fait avancer le
I compensate also.
Yes,
C'est toi qui représente Emmanuel?
but first with South Africa.
So you will? Okay, good.
We won. Yes. Mohamed?
Alors, shalom.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut...
Bien haut les pancartes, s'il vous plaît. On a un message puissant à faire passer. Merci beaucoup. Le smile, vous allez passer à la télé. Tout le monde est filmé. Le smile.
che cammina serio.
C'est bon. Qui reste. Ils vont venir et on va se rencontrer là.
Mais on les sait qu'ils vont venir.
Ça. Oui, et il y en a un certain nombre qui sont partis.
S'il y aura souci, t'envoies
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a écrit? C'est quoi? Sécurité. Ah, mais sécurité. Ça, c'est tout pays des États.
Ah oui, c'est mieux, c'est plus ferme.
Excusez-moi, vous pouvez pas les lever un peu plus haut? Allez-y avec toute votre force, voilà. Il faut que ça vive. Allez-y.
Non, excuse-moi.
Sabrina. Et comme ils sont en train de filmer, chacun peut crier à son tour ce qu'il a sur sa pancarte. Allez-y, allez-y avec votre langue.
La paix.
Regardez.
Merci. Regardez. Comme ça.
Para que tomen ellos
Oui. Oui.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous demander de tous vous retourner vers le drone et vers la bâche. Et tout le monde va s'avancer vers nous. Et pour répartir entre les deux lampadaires, s'il vous plaît.
Voilà. C'est bon, c'est bon. Ouais, c'est bon.
Allez, on va voir tout le monde, s'il vous plaît. Avancez vers le pont. Allez, tout le monde pour faire une unité, s'il vous plaît. Tout le monde pour faire une unité, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur Dan, on reste pas sur le groupe.
Et si les caméras ne vous repèrent pas, ça veut dire que vous n'êtes pas pour la paix. Allez-y, montrez-vous, s'il vous plaît, montrez-vous. Levez vos mains.
On est mis les seuls pour la paix, là.
Merci Dominique Secours pour tout ce que vous faites. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Je vous ai vu.
Non, mais c'est... Il y a des drones partout maintenant, hein. Oui.
Est-ce que les gens qui ont des badges pour les gens qui les sont ouverts? Si les officiels sont pas enlevés des badges.
Ah. Non, non, c'est pas mal. Sorry. Ah, ok.
Restez en place, s'il vous plaît, qu'on voit nos biens aussi.
Après, on va aller se repositionner.
Ok.
Non, non, non.
And for those with the banners, we need to get the banners up. Yes. People back. People on the back, we see you. We need you to go on the pavement here. The pavement here, not the roads, the pavement. Please.
S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît. Est-ce qu'on peut prendre plus de place sur les extrémités du pont? Comment?
Monsieur, si ça vous intéresse, on peut essayer de vous faire prendre des images un peu plus proches. Si ça vous intéresse. Non, vous êtes bien ici?
Il y a le spectacle, c'est ça, non?
Oui, oui, c'est ça. Il y aura le spectacle.
Bah, le spectacle, c'est vrai qu'il faudrait qu'on soit devant, mais voilà, c'est bon, on a les pancartes.
Ok.
De toute façon, on pourrait la mettre devant pour le spectacle.
Je sais pas.
Je vais attendre que ça se mette en place et je voudrais après.
Ah, ça va.
Okay, I want to see all the banners on top, please. All the banners on top, please.
N'hésitez pas à monter sur le trottoir, s'il vous plaît. We should. Can you have a camera? I have a phone. Yeah, that qualifies.
This is a better shot. And I need some. Allons-y, gauche. On se parapet. On n'avait pas le chien. Le lance-parapet là-bas. Là-bas au bout, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Sont en train de se mettre.
Pour le sang. Allons-y s'il vous plaît, venez avec moi, on va aller au bout là-bas, dans le coin là-bas.
The banners on top, please. We finish the last photo, but we wait for the best one. So we need you. Let the banners on top and see the drone just in front of you. And smile.
N'hésitez pas à vous avancer.
Ilidal.
Okay, everybody, we take the second position for the music concert, please. On se met en place, s'il vous plaît, pour la séquence musicale. Donc on revient derrière. On se met vraiment à l'extérieur des traçages. On prend nos positions sur lesquelles on vous a invité à venir, s'il vous plaît. Take your position.
Ah bah non, bah moi c'était 2020.
Tu vas bien?
Pour la séquence, justement, la consigne, je crois que c'est de se mettre sur le praticable plutôt.
Vous faut aller sur le praticable pour le concert.
Quoi?
Simplement musical aussi.
We need people for the banner, please. S'il vous plaît, messieurs, dames.
Please go behind the banners. Behind the banner. Please go behind the banner. Thank you.
Messieurs, dames, s'il vous plaît, un petit peu là. Messieurs, dames, s'il vous plaît, venez là, venez.
Il y a un mec qui va passer ça, mais je commence à lever.
Please, everybody.
Après le très blanc, merci.
Non, il y a de la réal, il y a de la réal, c'est comme ça. Allez, c'est praticable. Non, il y a de la naturelle. Vous allez praticable.
Votre podium, il est censé être là-bas. Le podium, il est censé être là-bas. Excuse-moi, juste le podium pour les journalistes, c'est là-bas. Ouais, voilà.
S'il vous plaît.
Personne au milieu, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Là, c'est bon, hein. De ce côté-là, c'est bon pour les... Non, je parle pour le public lambda, pas pour les journalistes.
Perso, je suis avec
C'est la chambre de mettre
Alice.
Il est bon?
S'il vous plaît, on reste derrière les traits rouges. Les photographes, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pouvez reculer, s'il vous plaît? Derrière les traits rouges, merci beaucoup.
S'il vous plaît, merci.
S'il vous plaît, merci.
La presse, vous allez là-bas.
Someone here, please. People. Allez, venez, vous en rêvez.
We need someone. We need someone.
The banner, please.
S'il vous plaît, est-ce que je peux avoir des gens devant, s'il vous plaît? Les amis, est-ce que je peux avoir quelques personnes devant, s'il vous plaît? Vous me dites un peu.
On va lancer. C'est bon pour moi.
c'est parti.
Sister, your eyes tell me all my heart really needs to know. Oh, sister, so dear, you and I are here, raising up a voice that is clear. And when I cry for both of us. My pain has no name, and when I cry to the merciless sky and say, there must be another way. There must be another way.
The next song is putting your mark on it. The next song we're doing is a poem by Mahmoud Darwish, Palestinian late poet. We're going to sing it in Arabic and then a beautiful translation to English that Noah did.
And we'll all sing together, so get ready. When prepare your evening meal. Think of how the others feel. Don't forget to feed the hungry dog. When you wage your wars with guns, think of all the other ones, those who still believe in peace and love. When you pay for running water, think of someone's son or daughter, nursed by clouds beneath the starry dome. When you return from the whole place to sleep, as you let your words run free in rhyme or tongue-in-cheek. Remember those who've lost their very right to speak, and as you think of others far away, think of yourself and say, if only I could be a candle in the dark, I wish I were a candle in the dark. If only I could be, if only I could be a candle in the dark. If only I could be, if only I could be.
Now, I have to say that today, you are our candles in the dark, all of you, with all that you're doing. So I hope that you'll help us sing the song. Let's start with the Arabic, okay? It goes like this. ليتني شمعة في الظلام. ليتني, okay? ليتني شمعة في الظلام والمعتاد. ليتني شمعة في الظلام. How about Hebrew? Yeah, let's try Hebrew now. Are you ready? Let's sing together. One more time. Together. If only I could be, if only I could be a candle in the dark. Go for it, now you. If only I could be, if only I could be a candle in the dark. What's the secret? If only I could be, if only I could be. And now we're going to do something that has never been attempted before. Let's go. Except for our last concert together. And that is, each one of you is going to choose the language they want to sing the sentence in. And we're going to do it together in a beautiful cacophony. And it's going to work. Yay. Let's do that, okay? Here it goes.
I love you.
One more time for me. If only I could be, if only I could be a candle in the dark.
And one big one for me.
Lately, a candle in the dark, a candle in the
amazing activists here. You're an inspiration. Thank you so much. I don't know if we can. Are we allowed the French government to tell us what to do? Foreign ministry, we're all okay. We'd like to, we're inviting all of you to join us in Reimagine Peace in July in Florence. 3 days of peace, Palestinians and Israelis together between the 10th and the 12th, and maybe the next stop is Paris. We have the French government here. Maybe the next Reimagine Peace will be here in this great city. I hope. דמיינו עולם בלי מחר, עולם ללא שנאה, שבו נחיה ביחד סוף סוף, עולם של אהבה חמה, נבנה עתיד לשנינו באותו מקום. أول ما نطيح ولا شي يهديني، أنت أول ما فيش نوم، حارب علشان دياني، بتصور كل الناس عايشين في أمان. You may say I'm a dreamer, and I am, we all are, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. Come on, come on. And the world will be as Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard. It isn't hard to do. There'll be nothing to kill or die for. Nothing to kill or die for. And maybe no religion, I hope so. And no religion too. Imagine all the people. Let's try sharing. Maybe sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer. You may say, but I'm not the only one. Look at all these dreamers, beautiful dreamers.
I would catch you.
Il y a des navettes qui vous attendent en face de moi pour aller au cocktail au ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères. Rendez-vous devant les mâles. We invite you to go in front of the Institut du Monde Arabe. There are shuttle buses to go to the cocktail hosted at the French Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
What you did was amazing. Amazing. No, no, no.